Good morning. Kamawam, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you, thank you. I'm a little bit late. I had like a bunch of things to do. I had to run to the mail, the government mail, and I got hit with a form. It's been a very busy morning today, which I try to avoid. I kind of started working on the commission or sweater, new shirt or sweater. This is a woman, nice. It is a woman. But you know, I had to do the establishing kind of stuff off stream. Baku, hello. Likewise, I'll be taking a quick walk. I feel heavy. Nice, man. Walk is always good. Yeah, I had to like run around town and get groceries and all this kind of silly stuff. I am doing great. Thank you, Baku. Just gonna try and progress in this commish. We're gonna try and get this commish going. If she hates it, well, I'll just restart. I'm gonna just keep restarting if she hates it until she does not hate it. Hajipochi just joined the Discord server and it's really good. Yeah, Baku, thank you. Yes, and thank you to Jipochi for building that out for us. A commune. He did a very good job. Check out the sick memes I've been dropping in there. Everyone should check out like those sick memes. I feel like there hasn't been enough likes, and I kind of need to get those likes up for my ego. It's like I posted some dank memes and you guys aren't like looking at them or something. I don't know. I just can't believe I had a busy morning. I just can't believe it. I'm like slowly falling behind on my yard needs to be mowed bad, dude. It's getting out of control. But luckily the cold front is starting to show up, so the nights are getting colder, so hopefully that'll dampen the growth of the grass. Do a vlog stream? Or if I did a vlog, I mean, I have a YouTube channel. I might do a vlog. It's hard. Like, I'm at a point where it's hard for me to like do more things. Like, I'm already kind of like not playing video games. You know, like if I did another like social media thing where I was like vlogging, it would like, you know, I'm online 7 hours a day, basically. So it's like I need to kind of chill out. But maybe I'll do a vlog. If there's like huge demand for a vlog, maybe I'll do it. But I probably wouldn't do a vlog stream. Like, it would be more like a 10-minute video of like my general life. Kamawamo, it's a national holiday today in UK. It's called a bank holiday. No idea why it's called bank holiday, but There's a few of them sprinkled throughout the year. It's an excuse to get really drunk in the pub. Just go back from the pub really drunk. I think I won't be present for too much longer. Ah, yes, I understand. The pub. I'm sure like once you close your eyes, you'll be out. Completely understandable, bro. Completely understandable. Almost sharp enough. Okay. That took a minute. That took a minute. Sasha Faroz Japoshi chat. Thank you, Sasha. Laputi Eep says, hello, hello. How's it going? I feel like I can do this. I kind of sat down last night and tried to work out some of the girl clown kind of design. I'm gonna just slowly work in the details. Vince9, welcome, man. American Ball Guy, good morning. I can't wait to see what colors you use for this one. Colors, what the? I know you like monochromic, but the clown thing almost demands the whole set of primaries in white, of course. I disagree. There's some sad black and white clowns, like French mimes. I mean, they have color, but I mean, I don't know. I think I'm not. I gotta stay true to myself. Vince9, what's going on? I'm on a little bit late because I had to run around town and do stuff. Like, get water. I was running low on water. I didn't think of the mime angle. Well, sometimes clowns get sad. Sometimes clowns get sad. This is about the biggest face I've drawn. Sad clowns on Monday. Enjoy your day. Nice. I'm thinking about adding like a giant card in her hands. That's like a big card with blood. Yeah, I had to do a little bit of a shorter stream yesterday because I wanted to kind of like work on this. I wanted to like work on the commission, and I knew I needed to like set the base and, you know, like, but I'm getting excited. I think even if like this version doesn't work out, which I think it will, I think we're on the good path. But even if it doesn't work out, I now know that I can like, I think I can pull it off. 1 second, the dog needs to be let inside. Yes, okay, I gotta let the dog inside. Back. Pencil. Where did my pencil go? I hope everyone's having an awesome day. Oh, I got a good sneeze. Yeah, I hate when I'm about to get a sneeze and then I don't. It's so devastating. It like ruins my entire day. It didn't come. It really ruins my entire day. Like, I'm not gonna stop talking about it. It's like one of the worst things that can happen to somebody in the morning. Because where did it go? If it was here, why isn't it happening? I don't know. Oh my god, should I add like little floating... Should I add like little floating creepy clown things? Like a bunch of masks or something, like a bunch of clown masks like surrounding her, like floating. Or like I want to add something more to the aesthetic of it. I don't know. I want to watch and not decide anything. I want to be very careful with like building up the white on the face because I want it to look like kind of smooth. Sneeze and yawn wanting to come home at the same time. Two things cancel each other out. The one the one is left with no satisfaction. It's completely understandable. I know exactly where you're coming from. It's like my morning is not complete without a sneeze because it was actually like really cold this morning in my house, which was so nice to like wake up and it's not you're not like on fire. I was just thinking kind of like adding things around her, if that makes sense. Like I want something like it kind of around the clown kind of thing, you know. I don't know if that makes sense. Just some aspect of dynamic kind of thing going on. You know what I mean? Like some kind of, I don't know if I'm gonna make it like super creepy or what, but I just I kind of, well, before I commit to that, I'm not gonna commit to that right away because it's just an idea. I want to kind of add more dynamic things to it than just like than just the face. The hair will end up being jet black, so there's gonna be a lot of hair rendering. Female, I think female faces are like the hardest to shade because like you add one extra line and you're like adding like 20 years of age. It's like it's super hard, it's super easy to like lose the kind of like a certain look once you start like putting a little too much shade. It's like the hardest, not the hardest thing ever, but it's definitely like. Oh my god, I forgot to go get my stuff again. I ordered a bunch of new paper, gray toned, and some pencils, and I keep forgetting to go get it. I usually order everything to my parents' house because I don't have like a real porch. It just sits right outside my house, waiting to be stolen. They live in a much more isolated situation, so much safer just to order it over there. Yeah, that's yeah, that is my birth name. The Foros is just my online name, and that's kind of like I loosely based it off my last name. I was ready to see Yura anywhere, but not here. Yeah, I live in like rural America. It is weird. It's definitely like a standout name. When I was in Belarus, like when I was younger and I was in Belarus and my friends found out I was gonna be moving to America, they called me Yuri the American. Sounds like a great Twitch name. I probably just should have used Yuri because it's not very commonly used. But, well, the problem is you can't. It's like taken, you know what I mean? It's hard to use Yuri. I'd have to like modify it in 3 different ways. So I tried to use I tried to use parts of my last name. But that was not easy either. But yeah, Yuri would have been great. Slavic surnames sound difficult in English. Yeah, they are not. They are not normal here for sure. No one tries to say my last name, and I don't expect them to because it's just absurdly difficult. For the English speaking world. How's your surname pronounced? Well, I don't think we don't have like middle names. We just have like first and last name. I don't. Well, there is. I don't know. It's like different. But my like the way I would say my name in Russian would be Yuri Nikiforov. Nikiforov. So I don't expect anyone to like, you know. There's an old name with the last name uh, Emelianenko, and he's an MMA fighter. He was incredibly difficult to broadcast commanders to call him by his last name, commentators to call him by his last name. Mr. Nikiforov. Yeah, Mr. Nikiforov. But mine, see, because of the Belarusian influence, I have two. Yeah, that would be nice to see. Yeah, it's well, that would be the Russified version. The Belarusian version has two A's in there. It's like Nikiforov instead of Nikiforov. That would be the two O's would be more Russified. I'm not sure why it's you Nikiforov. Not very cool, very cool. Yeah, well, it has origins in the Greek language, like Nicephoros. That's why it sounds like that. It kind of has probably influence from the Byzantine Empire or something. So that's kind of like where that kind of sound comes from. Nicephoros, which I think sounds like way more epic, just because like Greek stuff just. And actually, it's an ancient last name too. I'm not even kidding. It's like a really ancient last name, and it literally means the bringer of light, which is pretty like it's like pretty good self glaze, you know, when your last name isn't just like something goofy like wheat fields. You know what I mean? Like most last names they just translate, or like, you know, there's some cool last names, but some last names get like the short end of the stick, you know. Translation wise, I do like that the last name has like deeper historical meaning, like going back to the ancient Greeks or whatever. I'm not sure how that. It doesn't make any sense because my dad is from Mordovia, and they originally came from Mordovans came from Finland originally. So I'm not sure how he got that last name, like what happened there historically. But you know, there's a lot of intermingling going on. So maybe. Oh my God, maybe I should go to Finland. That's right. I should go to Finland. See my like partial ancestry, I guess. It's very nice, better than my name of Philip. Why? Why? Philip is fine. It's like, isn't there like King Philips and stuff in England, which essentially means lover of horse? But what about all the Philips? And I feel like there's Philip this and Philip that in English history. Philip the Third. You know, I keep hearing Philip all the time. I'm actually gonna bring this down. I'm a little bit uncomfortable. I'm gonna bring the picture down a few inches so I don't have to like turtle my neck all the way up there like that. It's easier to render what I'm not having to, what I'm not fighting against myself here. Actually, I really need to wipe my desk off. It's a little embarrassing how dirty my desk is. Let me do a quick release of liquids and I'll be right back. It's not bad. It could be Dickinson. Alexander the Great, dad was called Philip, I think. I'd have to fact. No, yeah, it was Philip something, yeah. To be fair, I think Alexander the Great kind of inherited a technological, not to take anything away from Alexander the Great, but he failed to build an infrastructure to have a lasting empire. And he sort of, you know what the problem with Alexander? He sort of focused too much on writing his name in like the sort of the thickest graffiti he could in terms, you know, he did do that. It's just he never built anything. I mean, he built like, you know, Library of Alexandria or whatever, and then that burnt down. It's just he didn't establish, like the Romans had a much better like system. You know what I mean? It's like he had the opportunity to create something that was going to, but he was sort of like the Greek Mongols. He sort of like took a lot of stuff, and then when he died, everyone just you know, everything just sort of fell apart. But yeah, definitely, definitely a character. I think towards the end, he was like he considered himself a god and stuff like that. He started kind of like the ego started to like get out of hand. You know, and he inherited a technological edge with a sort of long pike phalanx that no one had an answer to. There's a video on YouTube you can check out. It's called The Greatest Speech Ever Given or something like that. And it's Alexander the Great addressing his men after they try to go home. After a certain amount of time, they started, they were starting to complain. They're like, listen, we've been with you for like 20 years. Some of us need to retire or whatever. We're tired of all this, world conquering. Can we just go home? And he like gave them the speech. I don't know if it's real or if it's like redacted or what, but it's pretty inspiring. Check out Alexander. I think it's called Alexander the Great, the greatest speech ever given, or something like that. It'll increase your testosterone for the day. Yeah, Kamawamo, I've been looking at your Pixel stuff. I really like your Pixel stuff is great. He does have an Instagram, and he should drop it into into chat. Justin says, hey Justin, Slipknot fan. How's it going, buddy? I was just in a gaming stream. The host is from Azerbaijan. Okay. He recommended me a singer named Rua. Okay. I posted in the Discord channel. I posted a couple songs I like, the sort of the folky kind of metal that I like to listen to. I don't know. I like all kinds of music though. Arroya is pretty good. I'm gonna check out more of her music. I want Instagram to reset my creative work. I'm not, and not just me drinking flat white somewhere. The pixel art stuff was always the most popular when I was on Instagram 5 to 7 years ago because it basically combines food porn imagery with nostalgic pixel art. I'd love to see an expansion on the pixel art stuff. I think you have a good taste for that. Future Oil, welcome, man. How is your day going? There's people on Instagram that make incredible pixel art. Yeah, but your stuff is like, you know what I mean. I would just run with it because it's definitely above the average. You know what I mean. I've been wanting to go into drawing again. Stopped in high school because of my dad. Lol. Do you do tutorial vid? I'm not a big tutorial vid guy. I just kind of stream and I post random crap on YouTube. But what I would recommend if you want somebody that like does sort of art kind of tutorialistic stuff, drawing sessions is a really good guy to follow. I always recommend drawing sessions. I think he's sort of the like ahead of me. I would kind of go listen to his thoughts on it and like kind of the way he explains things. I think it's like much better suited for like learning. I always try to just send people in the best direction. Like I said, I'm not like big into teaching or whatever, doing like that kind of stuff. So I would recommend drawing sessions on YouTube. The guy has a big channel and he definitely knows what he's talking about. Even like his philosophical sort of stance on it is like, I really like it. So I would like rather send you in a good direction than like try and send you something that happy Monday, and I have a week off. Nice, man. I do love having a week. I often hang out on the Nuclear Blast Records live stream channel, and they play Beast in Black and Blind Guardian a lot. I love Blind Guardian. Yeah, that Mirror Mirror song is like one of my favorite like drinking songs. We drawing juggalos today. Yeah, I'm doing that commish. Sherlock, greetings. Thank you, man. The whole gang is here. Sasha, something I get where you're coming from. One feels need to post resume of work, but I wouldn't let that feeling stop you from posting a single piece of work. Oh yeah, I mean, if you go far down enough on my Instagram, you'll see some more beginner stuff. So I've never like cared about that. I just kind of post, and I figure I'm gonna get better with time. and then there's going to be, you know, better and better stuff as I go along. So that's kind of my mentality towards it. For now, I can show you what I'm doing on Discord if you want. Yeah, post it on there. Yeah. I really like Insane Clown Posse's album covers. Hey Slipknot. He does a lot of creatures drawing. Yeah, I'm mostly like focused on creature and environment stuff, or like military stuff. You know, I'll do like a hard military, you know, just or whatever. You know, but mostly yeah, like I'm into like creatures and just science fiction and folklore and that kind of stuff. That's kind of like the area I like to stay in. Yeah, if anybody wants to post artwork in the on the Discord channel, feel free to do so. I try to find the time to go through and like you know, check out everyone's stuff. I try to be as active as I can on Discord. Logging out for now. See you guys next time. Thank you, Justin. Camo, welcome. Camo, how's it going, buddy? See you, Justin. I make my own sketchbooks. We are going camping later this week, so today I'm making new books with Strathmore tone paper. Nice. We have a converter to the truth. We've converted someone. I need to probably like go back to like regular paper for a little bit, just to make sure I can still do it. Because it's like once I discover tone paper, I'm just like, this is it. I'm gonna stay on this for a minute. I might have to take off the sweater here. It was a little chilly in the morning. I'm starting to feel the heat a little bit. I do have to like work this hair to where like it looks jet black towards the end. Maybe I'm being a little too conservative or slow with the rendering, but like I kind of want to take my time. I don't want to like hit it with too much darkness and Rafu Rock, Sevi Bravissimo. I really like the direction it takes. Nice, thank you, Justine. Yeah, I was thinking about maybe putting like a card that in her hands that will be like kind of big. Um, I'm not sure how much of this you want to talk about on here, but I'll discuss it with you later. The sort of the other thing I was thinking about is I you can, I don't care. Cool. Okay. I think you're gonna like my ideas because I wanna make it like more dynamic than just doing the portrait and having something in the area of the paper. You know what I mean? Just I haven't decided what yet. I haven't decided what yet, but I have some ideas. I have some ideas. I'm gonna slowly work the jet black into the hair. I just want to be careful not to get too carried away with it right away. And I'm just gonna like slowly work the shading in. Oh yeah, I posted Japochi's fan art that he drew of me and the dog, and everyone loves it. You can leave it white if that suits your imagination better. I think the jet black will work, or at least like darker. Definitely want to like work in more of But everyone on I posted a post. I updated my cover picture with the dog and me, and the people are raving about it. The critics are raving. The likes are rolling in. Her face is a little bit longer than it looks to you guys, just because of the camera angle again. But that's the only issue with like the streaming is it's hard to portray fully like kind of what it looks like. Her face isn't as short as it looks on the screen. Also, I need a haircut bad. And I need to cut my grass. It's getting out of control. I'm not sure which one I want to do less. Oh, I went to the post office today. Justine, I went to the post office, and it turns out I cannot not put my address on there. I asked them; they said I have to have my address on there. So I don't know if that's maybe other countries or maybe they ship it some special way, but as far as I know, shipping from America, I have to put my address on there. prepare yourself to be found and eaten after I receive my drawing, right? That's kind of how I'm like. It's only a matter of time. Like once your address is out there, people are gonna. Justine, have you played the game Alice Madness Returns? I feel like if you like this kind of stuff, you would love that game. It's like it's very like kind of like the aesthetics of that game, like the I don't know. I when I first played it on the original Xbox, I didn't like it. But then when I went back and played it many years later, I did really like the weirdness of it. It's weird. It's hard to explain why. It's just the game is so weird, and but it now that like I don't know, my tastes have changed. I actually thought it was like really interesting. It's like very dark and kind of obviously she's not like a clown in that game, but it has like that kind of energy, kind of like goth energy, a lot of goth energy, and the art direction is very like I don't know if they ever released that game for France or if you're a gamer at all, but sorry, I gotta. Sorry, that part of the music, I will check it out. I think you're gonna type in Alice Madness Returns. I think you're gonna like that game. At least like the art style, not necessarily the game, but the art style of that game is like right up your alley. I feel like. I was looking at clown pictures and I noticed a lot of like the female clowns like paint their nose like black or red or something. So I didn't want to do the giant red ball. I wanted to like maintain more of the feminine kind of features as much as I could. So I just went with a painted nose kind of thing. Yeah, I was kind of thinking of doing like the background kind of like shaded in a little bit and do like sort of either on strings or just floating like faces kind of a thing. Kind of like a I don't know, like a I don't know, like something that would like add dynamic kind of sense to the portrait, you know? Just have like these like the balls like just draw them in as like creepy faces around her kind of thing. Either looking at her or forward or something like that. But I was thinking like at her, like there's kind of like around her, kind of spinning kind of deal. Uh, Alice Madness do looks creepy. I do love that idea very much. Okay. Good, good, good. And that's the direction we'll push it in. I slept so good last night. Now that it's getting like colder, I can't even tell you guys. I love sleep. When you have to like wake up and put more blankets on, it's like you know you're about to get some dope sleep. I'll keep your art in the background. I need to go somewhere quickly. Thank you, thank you. Oh, Yatsu Art, welcome. I saw you were streaming last night, so I stopped by. But I didn't have a lot of time. I had to like, I was in the middle of like 4 things. I can usually never catch anyone streaming, but I did see that you were streaming last night. Won't be here for long, but I wanted to at least check in. It was so sweet of you to do so. Nice, thank you. A clown isn't one, I'd guess, but it looks good. I gotta squeeze in a little game stream myself, so buy it. Thank you, thank you. Eventually, I gotta do a game stream one of these days. But I just haven't been feeling like gaming as much lately. And I don't think I could do a 7-hour game stream. I usually game for like 40 minutes at a time. Usually if I have time in the morning, I'll do a little gaming. I think my heavy gaming days are like behind me somewhat. I played the open Battlefield beta, and I was very impressed, but I'm not gonna get the game. I know I won't play it a lot. I'm like, I don't know, $70 sounds like a lot for a game I'm only gonna play for 2 weeks. I used to game for 7+ hours a day. I'm kind of glad I stopped, but I also sort of miss it. I miss it in theory, and then I sit down. Then after about half an hour, I'm like, I think I got everything out. Especially when a game is like sort of a time eater. Like I used to want a game to like be sort of forever expanding and like endless, and now I'm just like, yeah, I don't have 400 hours to put into this. It's usually more of a listen to a podcast and kind of like, run around and shoot at some creatures, and that's pretty much kind of where I'm at. It's kind of weird too, right? Like I used to love video games. It is a nice feeling like when you totally dominate another team though. When you carry your team and you're just like 30 plus kills and like it is a nice feeling stomping out the enemy team. But yeah, I don't have the reflexes anymore. Even if I committed a lot of time, I don't think I would ever get as good as I was when I was like 18, 19 years old. But yeah, I am also glad I stopped because it's like it's so much time into the abyss. I don't regret the time I've spent playing games because I did have a lot of fun. Like it is what it is, but sono personaggi inventato. Thank you. I'm not sure what that means, but thank you. I get what you mean. Gaming was basically my personality for a hot minute before life punched me in the face. Yeah. I didn't have a face punch moment. I just kind of like I slowly like kind of sobered out of it. And I think my brain just slowly like realized it's kind of like when you're a little kid and you watch cartoons, and then one day you go to watch cartoons, and then you're like, wait, this isn't interesting anymore. Like you just like have that moment, and it was kind of like the same thing but slower. Like it was a slower kind of like realization where I'm just like, oh wait, this is. It started to feel like a waste of time, and my interest went down significantly. Like I'll still game a little bit, you know. Like after all the work is done, I'll sit down for like a little bit and play a little Path of Exile while I'm listening to a podcast. But yeah, like once in a while I'll have a day where I'll game a lot, but that's usually it's like those days are just behind me. It's usually if friends invite me for a game, then I'll game, or if a new game comes out. But now it's just like really low. I get what you mean. Game. Oh, I read that already. second, guys. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. If you were if you were a knight and could slay a monster, which one would it be? A dragon. That'd be a nice thing. You know, I feel like dragons are up there. I think it'd be a Dragon Slayer, you know? It's got like the most prestige. genuinely wish dragons were real. The world may or may not be in shambles for that, but it'd be awesome to see one nonetheless. I kind of believe they existed. You know what I mean? I know I'm like throwing the ball kind of far right now, but like I kind of believe they existed or something. I just think it's suspicious that all the cultures have dragon related myths on some level, like every single one. I don't know if that's true or not. It's something I heard. At least I want them to exist. Plus, I got a whole theory about methane and like if cows can produce methane, that means that like an internal organ can be developed to that would be sort of used for fire breathing, right? You just need like a flint like something in the throat to activate the gas as it comes out to like have a fire breathing dragon. Like I don't think that's too far outside biology to like accomplish something like that. I'm just putting it out there. I don't know for sure. I think dragons were real. That's the stance I'm taking. Like an electric shark, the same way heels do. Electric spark. That's a good idea. Yeah, it could light the gas if it's saturated enough. That's a good idea. Is the music too loud? That flute solo is a little too loud. But yeah, I didn't even think about. I was thinking more like two bones hitting each other, like some sort of a growth that would have like a flint-like effect. But yeah, an electric spark could also work to get as the gas sort of starts getting pushed out, like the methane. I just don't because it could have a pocket like the same way gorillas have a their stomachs have several chambers and they have a fermentation bag. Because the reason it can eat grass all day and like be as big as they are is because their stomachs are designed for it. So I can imagine if a dragon eats whatever, um, probably meat, right? I don't know. I feel like they're carnivores more. So they eat a bunch of stuff. It starts to like it. Some of it goes into a pocket where it like rots or whatever and ferments a gas, like gorillas do, right? We have things. All of the things you need for a dragon exist in nature. So I feel like it's not totally insane. The concept of a dragon is not totally insane because like just Justine said, you can have an electric spark type of deal because we do have creatures that do that kind of thing. I think the eel thing is actually really strange that they can like electric shock. I don't know if they just stun things or if they actually kill them with the electricity, but it's crazy that that's possible. You know, I was just presenting the other day the idea of like having aliens shoot spores into space and then they can survive in space, the spore, and then it metamorphizes into like a spaceship. All of these things are kind of like possible in my opinion. You know, I don't know how. I'm just saying like water bears can survive in space. And then you add in a little morphosis. I know it's hard to imagine that leap, like evolutionarily, it's hard to imagine a leap like that happening, but I think dragons are biologically viable, and an electric eel can provoke cardiac arrest to crocs. Really, they have that much. They have that much electric power going through them. That's crazy. Dragons being ancestors of cows. Imagine that. Well, the thing is that it's all very strange. If you look at the inside of the human ear, there's like there's a part of our bone that's just like a reptile from back when we were reptiles. I guess that's what they tell us. I'm not claiming anything one way or the other, but we are told that um, electric eels, or sorry, sorry, we have parts of our in our bodies that are like related to what do you call it? That have relation to the reptilian structures inside of our skulls for hearing. So you know, anything and everything is possible. Then you look at the weirder things like the dolphins having a full hand. Like, and I'm not saying like it kind of looks like a hand. They have like their fins have the bone structure with the knuckles and everything, which actually kind of puts a lot of things into question because that means that mammalian creature at one point was land based, and then maybe like I don't know. Just I guess they just decided to go with the water idea. They just decided to opt out of the land, and boy, did that backfire because now they're being tortured by humans, like constantly. Reptiles and perhaps snakes might be the closest thing we have to dragons, at least in this lifetime. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. Isn't that crazy? They look just. I mean, some of them look just like dragons too. You know what I mean? They have. If you just kind of squint a little bit, they look just like dragons. Some of them. But if you look at some of the dinosaurs and their skulls, I mean, it just makes you wonder if there were, because like the dragon is a giant reptile, right? And then you have all these giant reptilian skulls all over the place being found. All I'm saying is that maybe they were dragons. I don't know. Rock says, gives the camera emoji. Thank you. I appreciate the camera emoji. Check out the Draco volans. It is a type of reptile and one of the best in my opinion. Draco volans. Never heard of it. Is it like one of those giant ones that have the poisonous saliva that run around on islands? Oh, these ones. I mean, yeah, look at it. How, I mean, that's a dragon. Wait, some of them actually have bat wings? All, there's, this one looks like it has straight up bat wings. I mean, it looks just like a dragon at that point. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, look, guys, dragons are real. I mean, there's like little lizards with bat wings out there. Not really bat wings, but kind of. Like, if that can exist, you're literally you're like one skip away from just having a full-on dragon at that point. Alright. Well, I'm convinced. Honestly, that's all I needed to see to, like, fully convince me. I'm not saying they exist, but I'm saying I'm seeing enough evidence here that, like, oh, wow. What's interesting is its wings are built into its rib cage. It's like it's actually part of the rib cage structure so they can float. Yeah, but wouldn't we be able to find their fossils? No, the scientists hide them. Yeah, I don't know. It is weird. No, I imagine like the maybe the wings are. See, I'm kind of suspicious that the wings are like were of a material that's hard to preserve, And so you find like the skull and some of the spine sometimes or something. That's the issue, is that like maybe there's a lot of cartilage there, and so you can't, you know what I mean? It's difficult to get around that. Once you have a lot of cartilage, it just kind of disintegrates. I'm not really claiming that. I'm just throwing out ideas like why we haven't like don't have fossil evidence. Cause like you look at like some of these skulls they're pulling out of the ground. I'm like, okay, that, I mean, that looks like a dragon. You just need a. I mean, we got pterodactyl fossil. Yeah, but they have weird heads. You're right. I mean, the pterodactyl. Like, I'm just saying that there's enough components in nature. With like the pterodactyl had like wings, like actual wings, not like ribcage float wings, like actual wings. That was part of its arm structure. But I'm seeing enough correlation with like all of these like different things that I don't think a dragon is like too far of a stretch. I don't think like there's a any kind of a like they're hiding this from us kind of thing. But it's just I don't know. I think it's half. I think I don't know. I basically want them to exist. Just supersized Draco Vulcans. Yeah, but those aren't really wings. I mean, those are like floaters, right? Those are like that squirrel parachute. Those aren't really wings. Those are part of its ribcage system that like opens up to let it float. That's more of a floater. That's not a dragon should be able to fly. You know. But I agree with you. Like I'm just saying like between pterodactyls and stuff. Oh, you brought up the pterodactyls because their wings were preserved. That's a good point. Yeah, that is a good point. If they were able to find their wings, then yeah. I don't know. We just need to look harder. We're not looking hard enough for these bones. If you haven't found a dragon, you just need to. You're not looking hard enough. I mean, to be fair with you, between electric eels, water bears, Exoloth that can regenerate their brain. Wait, uh, or they all bodies. Everything can be possible. I guess. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know there's no evidence for dragons. Well, I don't know that for sure, but just generally speaking, that's the consensus. But it wouldn't even surprise like if they found like a fully preserved dragons in the mountains of wherever, in some mountain they like were digging up to dig a train tunnel, and they happened to come across a dragon that was laying in a bunch of gold from like, let's say history timelines were fake and they were just lying, and like dragons were alive like 600 years ago, and they found a bunch of like dragons in caves like sitting around gold. It literally wouldn't even phase me. I'd be like, yeah, see. It's just like when they started putting the chips into people's brains not that long ago. Like I was saying the other day, it's like, like all these amazing breakthroughs happen, and then like it literally seems like we go, this is part of the far away future too. Like it happens, and everyone goes, oh yeah, like we kind of expected that to kind of become a reality. Like I said, there was this one guy who's paralyzed, and they put a chip in his brain, and now he can like use the computer mouse with his brain, I guess. And they were showing all that. So, just not that long ago, that would have been kind of like, okay, like, I think in 20 years it's going to be like a common installation. Besides dragons, are there any other mythical creatures you wish were real? I like the werewolf from Underworld, the movie Underworld. I like the werewolves; those look really cool. Like, I don't really like the idea of like having transforming into a wolf. I think you should stay one or the other, or whatever. Like, I don't know, just pick a side. But like the way they looked in the Underworld, those would be cool to have around. I think werewolves are neat. I know that's kind of a generic answer. The one creature I would get rid of is the vampires. Never been a fan of the vampires. I don't know. They're sneaking around. They're doing weird rituals, sleeping upside down in coffins. I think my least favorite. I know it's gonna upset some people. My least favorite sort of creature is the vampire, and they need a constant source of blood. They're like immortal, but they need blood always. I don't know. They're the best. How dare you? I love vampires, but it would definitely be a nightmare if they actually existed. I just like more. I like creatures that are like orcs. You know what I mean? Like orcs, dragons. Vampires are skittish. They need the darkness. It would be so cool. My dream of eternity would be real. I don't know if I want to live forever. Honestly, like I think I'm good. Like however long I live, I'm good. It'd be cool for the first like couple hundred years of like living in a castle and stuff. I heard you have to sell your soul to the devil for that. Yeah, I think once you become a vampire too, there is a little bit of soul selling going on. It's like it's you don't get to come back from the vampiric kind of like once you're a vampire, it's basically GG, well played after that point. But you do get super strong and smart and all. You do get a lot of benefits, but it's a kind of a. But how can you sell, like, if you get bit by a vampire, like, you didn't agree to sell your soul? You know what I mean? I don't know if there's a soul aspect to it, but it does seem like there's no coming back from the vampire thing. Yo, home skillet vampires. What did I walk into here? I would have my chapel of cat boys singing for me or meowing. Ad Attack, Applebee's. Man, you get a lot of commercials. I love all mythical creatures that I know of. The scariest are banshees, but I still love them. Oh, First Transit, welcome. Good afternoon. Ad Attack, Applebee's. Banshees are cool as well. Let me look up Banshee. Is it like the female? Like they have like the wings and they're like the female flying kind of. Castlevania really sold me into being a vampire queen. I think I'm more. My heart is with the orcs. Banshee. What's the lore of the Banshee? A Banshee, a female spirit from Irish folklore that wails to foretell the imminent death of a family member. Though sometimes the term refers to Cinemax TV series Banshee or the film The Banshee. In mythology, Banshee is a fairy being tied to noble ancient Irish families known for her mournful keening or lament, and can sometimes appear as a washerwoman in animal forms. Oh, this looks like an AI picture. So it's like a female spirit that just brings bad news. What are the? Is it the? Am I thinking of the Valkyries, the female, the winged female creatures that like have stabbies? Eowulf, come here, baby. Come on, Eowulf, come here. Eowulf. He's not even trying to come over here. No worries, Farouz. I would turn you when Darnies comes. Castlevania really. I would turn you when Darnies. I haven't played Castlevania. How caring? No Valkyries are Viking women protecting homes. Valkyries are Viking women protecting homes. I thought the Valkyries were winged, like kind of like harpies. Maybe I'm thinking of harpies. Pat the Ares. Yeah, he didn't come. Darkness, Ghost Possession would be shitty things to exist. Yeah, Ghost Possession is not fun. Those are not. Those are the last fun versions of reality. I'm little bit divided on the subject. Does Vatican claim that they are real and that they already did some exorcism? So maybe those are the most kept secret. It's hard to say, right? Like I'm not claiming one way or the other, but I'm open to the idea that maybe I've never seen anything supernatural in my life or like had a religious experience or like anything like that. But I've seen enough weird things that I'm like I'm not keeping the door closed saying like it's all ridiculous. Like as far as like ghosts and I've never come across it. But I'm like, you know, I don't know if anyone has any ghost stories, please do tell because like those are like super interesting. But like I said, I've never experienced anything that I couldn't explain or 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 just didn't care. Like if I hear a weird noise in the night, I'm like I don't know, but it's probably not a ghost. I don't know. Juan Tierless says Matt Talent Buddy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Would you be open to try and invoke some alone in the Would you be open to try to invoke some alone in the forest? No, because you're gonna psych yourself out. Like if you're alone in the forest, you're for sure gonna create like you're gonna manifest some things. Like yeah, I don't know. It depends how deep in the forest and stuff. But if you do that, like I feel like you're for sure gonna have like um issues. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, cause it's like it's too. I think you're gonna start hearing things. I don't like to talk about it, but I've seen some crazy ghost. Future Oil, tell us. Is that video you were telling me about? That video that your brother sent you? Cause weird things happen to cameras, like you know. The video stuff does not convince me. Like when it's like some fog going across the screen, I'm like, I don't know, that doesn't. Or like some shiny object in the sky. It's like all that stuff doesn't really like. I will say I'm probably more into like aliens and stuff. Like I think aliens are easier to believe in for me than like than ghosts. I can like sort of make the physical connection of how and why they would be here. Whereas ghosts, it's like it's a little bit more of a stretch, but I'm open to it. Well, I gotta take the sweater off. Me too. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Telement us. Yeah. Yes. It's yeah. It's impossible for me to convince. All I can say it's real. You'd have to show me the video. You'd have to show me the video. I'm gonna take the sweater off before I die in here. It's starting to get warm. All I'm saying is, I think, honestly, I like the alien idea better anyway. Like, I just like aliens in general better. You felt it with your soul. No, he straight up has a video that he won't show us. He has a video of a ghost. I asked him for the video, and he will not. He will not. Oh my God, Future Oil! Put it on the Discord channel. Put the footage on the Discord channel. And it better not be white fog slowly moving across the. It better be a ghost and not some blurry image of a bug sitting on your camera, and you thinking it's a ghost. I need to see more evidence than that. But the alien stuff, like I said, I would rather it be alien. I would rather, you know what? I think like with, if you have aliens, you have ghosts, because aliens can simulate all that stuff to mess with us, like cows do they experiment on. That's kind of what I feel like ghost experiences are. Is they kind of like they're just probing us, not necessarily like to, because they're afraid to invade. They're just using us as test subjects, and they'll find someone isolated somewhere, and they'll send in a bunch of like their whatever to like test out how we're gonna react to ghosts. That's kind of what I think that's going on there. Not sure I want to revisit seeing it again. No, Future Oil, come on. Because it's big, extra freaky since my dad died not too long ago. Aliens are so probable yet improbable at the same time. Do you get what I mean? I'm sold on the aliens. Like I'm basically sold. Partially because I really want it to be. I want it to be true. It's just that I kind of think that if they made contact, they would. It's just like same thing with like the British Empire. Like you don't necessarily go around and club all the people like when you're the alien. You would normally just contact the ruling class, whoever is like running stuff, like, and then you work with them to kind of influence whatever you want to influence. Maybe they're helping us evolve. I don't know. I don't. Why would Alien want to see how we react to ghosts? To test our psychological strength. You know what I mean? Like, which part of Discord can we put amusing videos in? Just probably memes. I think the memes page area. I think that would be a good place for it. I'll have to think about it. All right, Future Oil, go think about it. I want to know your thoughts. I want to see that video, but you don't have to. I'm not like pushing for it. It's just I'm very curious. Back. My mother-in-law had an accident, and I was in the hospital. Damn, dude. I hope it's not a huge thing. I remember there was a news story where a guy from America had been abducting people who had been studying aliens for about 40 years, pumping them with LSD, R-ing them, and letting them go. His truck was equipped like an alien ship and under LSD they believed they were being probed. Yeah. Well, that is dark. My brother told me about a video I haven't seen. My brothers told me about a video I haven't seen. They said that a black shape morphed into a black cat. They said a black shape morphed into a black cat. I'd have to see it. Guy from America abducting people. Yeah, she fell from the motorbike and hit her face. She's okay. Like a scooter? I mean, you guys got some dark stories out there. Maybe that's why like so many people, I think like something like 700,000 people go missing every year. Maybe the government is just handing them over to the aliens. That's dark, but it's not funny. No, it's just dark. I don't find any of that funny. That's just dark. I heard that because the world has. I heard because like what do you call it? I heard because like there's been because of cell phones and stuff and the internet, it's become like way less. It's become like way more rare to actually like disappear. Like there used to be like some hundreds of thousands of people in America that would go missing every year, and like now it's like it's impossible to just disappear because of like the internet, and everyone has a digital trace to the point where it's like you just can't separate yourself from it. It like the amount of work you would need to do to like become to kind of escape as a person and not be found by the authorities or whatever, it's like it's basically impossible nowadays. That's what I heard though. I'm not sure. To be fair with the alien thing, many religions have spoken about it, and one of the first religions of the world have all myth created around it. Yeah, Yeah, I think that I think you know times without phones and internet and cameras are really dark, and how easy it was to do all sorts of crazy things. Yeah, I mean, it's still, see, the thing is now we're kind of entering into a new era where it's like the AI makes it impossible to know. Like, we had a good thing going with cameras and stuff, and still stuff could be faked, but it was like at least you knew what you were looking at was a real picture of something. Now with like AI, I like look at videos and you can't tell like what you're looking at really. It's a lot harder. It's a lot harder to know, like if what you're even looking at, like you can't trust. It's almost like we went back into the dark ages because you don't know, you can't even assess the video because it's like is going to be getting harder and harder to tell. Like I've seen some videos on Facebook that until like something really silly started happening, I like couldn't tell it wasn't real. I'm sure like you'd have to sit there for a couple of minutes and look at the background to see if the people are doing something weird, but it was like one of those AI videos. It was AI slop, but like it was well enough done to where if you're not paying attention, you just can't tell. Times without phone, yeah. Yeah, if you guys have silly videos, you can just put it in the memes page. That's where I think it'd be a good area for that to hang out. The world is changing one way or the other. Our job is to keep up. The modern world teaches us to be 100% critical of everything. Yeah, I don't like. You can't trust anything you see online anymore, or hear, or like anything. It's kind of crazy how it's changed. I mean, it's always been like that, but I feel like it's becoming more and more distorted. So yeah, I agree. You should be very careful before like you go believing stuff. Not you specifically, but I mean like everyone. Would you tell us if you were an law pretending to be a human, like an alien? Oh, probably not, right? If I was an alien pretending to be a human, then no. But I'm not, so no worries. Nothing to see here. Saying you're not an alien is something an alien would say. It is. That's exactly what they would say. An alien would answer like this. That's what everyone's saying that on all platforms. But how could I say something else, right? Like you can't like even if you are or aren't an alien, that's gonna be your move. Is you gotta deny. You can't prove a negative. That's exactly like the witch burning stuff. Well, no, if the witch like I think they said if the witch did drown, that means you weren't a witch, and that was one way to prove it. And then you just go oopsie daisy. I might have to let the dog out here in a second. He's standing by the kitchen door looking at me, but I know he literally just goes around to the other door and comes back in. Hold on, I'm gonna let the dog in because I don't know if he really has to go to the bathroom or not, but I have to assume he does. It's just that like I let him out and then like 30 seconds later he's like barking to come back inside. But I gotta do it. I know witches were given a chance. If you can hold hot coals in your hand for a minute, then you're not a witch. Is that true? That seems like I don't know. Yeah, I don't envy those times. Well, you can be proven if you want. You can be proven. Yeah, I do not envy those times. But you're right. I mean, if the harvest was bad, then someone's a witch, right? If you get a couple bad harvests in a row, someone is a witch. We just got to figure out who it is. So I kind of agree. Let me come right back. Just because you didn't find the witch the first couple of times doesn't mean she's not out there somewhere, you know? That's all I'm saying. Did it? Imagine the fear. Imagine the fear of like that scenario where like you're hanging out and then like someone accuses you of being a witch. Just the terror of that. But I bet honestly, I bet it's like probably women that like lived on the outs. Like you'd have to be probably like I'm sure it was like you know I don't know. It was probably people at like kind of like at the bottom of society, you know, that couldn't have like legal defense, and somebody just throws that idea out there that it might have been whatever, whoever, and then suddenly like they're like, yeah, maybe I mean maybe it is like her, you know, I don't know. It's like why is she on the edge of town just alone with her cats, you know? She has like potions and stuff. And I also think like people probably like went crazy back then a lot, you know? Like I think like a lot of times like there was no mental help. Yeah, I just think a lot of times there was probably like no mental health back then. Considering the kind of places and people that exist in our times, it's hard to imagine that the worldview of people was like in the times of witches. Wait, considering the kind of places and people that exist in our times, it's hard to imagine that the worldview of uh, people was like in the time of witches. But no matter how creepy it is, it's still quite interesting to learn what history was like before us. That was pretty convenient story to Jill, someone you hate and gain something out of it. Yeah, no, that would have been terrifying. It would be pretty interesting to know like how often that actually happened though, you know? Like I wonder if it like how crazy you'd have to behave before like someone would throw that out there, or if that was just like a political thing, like you kind of befriend the priest and then he accuses he accuses someone of being a witch, and next thing you know you got people debating on whether there should be trial. I don't know. I'm not sure how much they believed in it or how much it was just like a political way of getting something you need. Japochi says some witches are good. We still have a long way to go with mental health. Yes, I agree. But at least now it's not like, at least now it's not like you're a witch kind of accusation. One second, I gotta let the dog back in. Oh my god, I think I have a better idea. Instead of faces, because the faces kind of look really creepy staring at her. Maybe I have like floating rabbits. Uh, so easy. Just say she had sex with someone with some demons yesterday, and today she will be burned. You think it was that easy? I don't know. I'm thinking like maybe I think floating rabbits with top hats would work better. Like it'd be less intensely creepy. Like I'm trying to keep it like creepy but not totally insane. I don't know. I like the idea of like floating rabbits or something. Why she men do those things, not women? A man would never have sex outside of a committed relationship, guys. You guys know that. Um, she has crazy how women get burnt on stakes by showing power magic, while men become part of King Arthur's adventures and use their magic at war. It's nice in intervention, Jipochi. I was thinking of wizards, warlocks. The world is amazing. Isn't it? Isn't it kind of amazing though? Like if you think about it, isn't the world actually like if you kind of think about it, it actually kind of is amazing. And then it got me thinking of witches not being at war. I'm sure like pagans, do you guys think pagans were probably like more open to like having witches with the, like their herbal teas and like their, you know, elixirs? I feel like pagans would have been like a little bit more chill about that kind of thing. I don't know. I'm not trying to knock down Christians, but it seems like you know there would have been more of that kind of like uh or being portrayed as nasty old women knowing about potions and other rituals. Pagans practice a few of those. They use animals or humans as sacrifice to what they believe in according to the show I watch. Islam also have a branch of branches of dark magic. Everyone have it honestly. Voodoo is also a funny things. Voodoo or voodoo is also a funny thing present in Asia, Africa, and some islands lost at sea. That belief is a bit mysterious in its origin. If they're experiencing something bad around them, they will all say their prayers and wishes to that sacrifice, and and that sacrifice will be unveiled and be the messenger to the pagan gods. It's that juju, so we got to be careful talking about them. It might unlock something we don't want in our lives. I don't mess with any of that, but like I said, when I saw reels of the last pagans living in rural Russia, as the Soviets were taking over, they didn't have like goat heads on pikes and things of that nature. It seems to me like they were very chill. Um, they were very like they look kind of normal. Like they kind of look like Amish, like very traditional and stuff. Like I didn't see like carcasses being like laid out and stuff like it. But they were technically like some of the last pagans on well, at least in Russia. I don't know if they were modernized. Well, actually, they were modernized. Mordovia was like integrated or whatever, but into the Soviet system. Honestly, I would have like left them alone. I'm not afraid of it. I walk in the forest at night listening to Yeah, that's too much. I wouldn't do that. If my time comes, it comes. No, I'm good off walking alone in the forest and listening to murder. There's some super creepy like stories on YouTube you can find. Like it's like paranormal. Like it's supposed to be fake, but honestly, I was listening to it at night and I'm like, that's enough of that. It was like it was like it was too much. I don't know. Especially like alone in the forest. I'm like that's gonna be. I'm like no, I'm good. Like your brain will start to play tricks on you. I don't know. And people like that sort of thing. They love it. It's because you let the fear take over. You just listening to it is just the forest, but at night nothing special. Except murderers, except for all the murderers out there. Maybe it's different in France. Maybe like your guys' forest, maybe it's like different. If you're talking about an actual forest where like you're walking through like a dark forest, like do you mean like a park? Because I wouldn't walk through a forest at night where I can't see where I'm going. Abandoned urban exploration videos give me the creeps, especially when they see random men inside an abandoned room in an abandoned. Bro, isn't that creepy? Oh man. At night in the forest, you should be afraid not of people but of stray dogs. Don't go there without pepper spray. Pepper spray, please. Um, we don't really have dog like if you leave your dog outside in America like that gets taken care of quick. Like we have like that gets. But yeah, you're right. Like you should be aware of. You corrupted my account with all your ads, man. Oh, he you're right. It'd be cool, way cooler to go outlaw being mauled and eaten by wolves. No, we don't really have stray dogs in America. Like we really, I mean, I've never once seen a stray dog in America. Not once. Like I'm not even kidding. It's like a non-issue here. Do you guys love the rabbit idea? I love the rabbit idea. Except these ears don't look very rabbit-like. I gotta fix that. We don't have predator, expected wolf. Bears is pretty safe. Do you guys have stray dogs in France? Like, does that ever happen? Because I swear in America, I don't think I've ever seen a dog loose, like, ever. Not just loose. I mean, like an actual stray dog that's just like doing its own thing. That like isn't a thing. That gets taken care of quickly. That's actually fun. I'd hate to encounter creepy people. Yeah, convos are getting a little weird here lately. Convos are getting weird. We're just talking about ghosts. Mister on YouTube says, "Yo, nice work, dude. Just don't bring up ghosts, Future Oil. It's good that you have solved this problem in Russia. There are quite a lot of places with stray dogs. Although we have catching service, the dogs are the dogs are vaccinated and their ear is marked with an earring and released. But there are still many cases of attacks by. Yeah, no, that would not be in America. That would not work. They don't let them just they don't like vaccinate them and let them go. They keep them inside a shelter. And actually, like a lot of these shelters, they're more like kill shelters. They basically like they basically get rid of vast majority, like, you know, they get rid of them physically. That's how they keep the population. A lot of these shelters, they're more like kill shelters. Uh, I think it's an unconscious bias that we have, right? The night and the forest. I think it's an unconscious bias that we have about the night and forest. Honestly, it's just beautiful, nothing else. No Bigfoot, no ghost, just nature and her beauty. I agree, but I'm just not cut out for walking at night in the foot. You know, that's not my idea of fun. I'll do night walks in town and stuff. Like I'll do night walks, but that's kind of crazy. Uh, that's why when I go jogging in the forest, I'm not afraid of maniacs, but of dogs. Yeah, that's an issue to be taken care of for sure. What do we usually talk about? Here in the US, pit bulls, Rottweilers regularly attack children. I mean, it's not that it doesn't happen, but it's not common. Like it's very uncommon. Like it's per ratio of population, dog attacks are probably pretty low. It's just that we have 400 million people, and when you have 400 million people, you run into, like, you just have dumb people with big dogs, and they just don't take care of them right. You know. But in terms of just having dogs like run around the street just all willy nilly, that isn't like a thing here, from what I've seen. I'm not saying there isn't parts where that, but from what I've seen in like Illinois, no. You just have to watch out for the pit bulls and Rottweilers. Stay safe. Mister says nice pencil too. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I was attacked. I was walking my dog one day, and we were attacked by a German Shepherd. I didn't make a big deal out of it because they didn't like it ran up and like tried to bite my dog, and then like it stopped. So I didn't make a huge deal about it, but we were charged and attacked by a German Shepherd one time. But that was a family's dog that they like just had their dog hanging out in the yard, and it was like it just decided to attack. So as much as I love a lit up city at night, seeing the stars, nebulae in the countryside is I agree. I wish I lived in the oh my god, I wish I lived in the countryside. Yeah, you have to deal with the raccoons and stuff, but I'm a little envious. I would like to be able to go outside at night and see the stars without all the light pollution. I completely agree. Like live far enough away that where you're like kind of isolated. Kind of like that house in the movie. What was that movie with the guy that went to space? I'm blanking on it, but you guys know what I'm talking about. He like lived in the farmhouse with all the sandstorms. Matthew McConaughey. Why am I blanking on this movie? I really like that movie. You guys know what I'm talking about? Uh, something. I keep thinking Equilibrium, but I know it's not Equilibrium. Interstellar. Oh my god, Interstellar. That was a great movie. Like that kind of countryside. K-Pax. No, Interstellar. Jipochi, yes, that's like my favorite movie of all time. I'm not even kidding. That's like I love that movie so much. I love the aesthetics of it. I love the vibes of it. I like the story. It's like the ultimate space adventure, and it's still like connected enough to. It's like still tied enough with reality that I was like, yo, this is like my favorite movie. I've seen in person was someone in middle of the drive from Kingman, Arizona to Las Vegas. Milky Way was out at night. It was awesome. I'm very guys. You guys are making me very jealous. I also want to see. I don't think I've ever seen like the stars like that, except when I went to my grandfather's dacha, and like the rural Belarusian villages didn't have a lot of light pollution, obviously, but I've never like seen like I think we saw a satellite too. I think we saw a satellite, but I wasn't sure. It was a blinking light that was traversing rather fast, so it might have been a satellite. But I didn't see like what you guys are talking about, where it's like no light pollution. I'm very jealous. Back to the topic of aliens. Have you seen a movie called Fire in the Sky in 1993? I thought Fire in the Sky was the dragon movie where it was like humanity surviving against dragons. It was a great movie. Thank you for that. When it came to America, I will check it out. I thought it was really cute. I read all the comments. I thought you were already isolated. I picture you living in a small city in the U.S. with no neighbor. No, it's like, let's say not Chicago. It's like it's rural in the sense that it's like it's not that rural, but it's not like a major city. Like I don't know how to explain it. It's like one step before you're to that stage. I'm like one step away from being like what you're describing, where you're like isolated and you have to have a truck to get out of a long driveway kind of thing. Like I still live in like a normal town, but it's not like crazy Chicago. Like I was saying the other day, I hate how our town has like slowly transformed into like we've had such an increase in population that like it used to be so chill here, and like now anytime you want to go for a drive, it's like the traffic is always intense. Like it's always intense. I went to Walmart like this morning pretty early, packed, packed. Like you can't, you know, there's no part of the day where you can go to the store and there's no one there. Everything is just like it's like it's basically like Chicago, but we still have a small town infrastructure basically. Which is good and bad. It's just the bad thing is when your city grows, your taxes go up. That's part of the issue. Reign of Fire is a dragon movie. Ah, that's right. Reign of Fire. That was a good movie. That would be a good title for a picture of mine. Reign of Fire. Oh yeah, Slipknot fan. Post the movies in the movie section. Post. I try to be on Discord as much as I can. Sometimes at the end of the day, I don't have the energy to like listen to like all the songs people post, but I try to go back through and like at least like listen to a minute of the songs that people post. You know what I mean? Just to get an acquaintance with. So far, it's been mostly just dudes posting metal songs, which is fine. But it's just like one metal song after the other. Well, no, actually, Slipknot fan, you did post something that wasn't metal, which I can't blame you. That's all I post on there either too. Speaking of dragons, you ever heard of an awesome artist, Douglas Carroll? No, I'll check it out. Highly recommend it. Slipknot fan, if you could just post it in Discord, it's easier. I will forget. Like even if I post a tab, once I leave the stream, I have. Oh, nice, Douglas Carroll. Yeah, these are cool. It's very folklorish. It's very like traditional folklorish kind of looking. I like it. Nice. Yeah, we made a movie section. Sasha says, "What about the ad block? It doesn't work." I wanted to ask how many tones do you usually use for shading? I use basically my HB pencil in line with my 2B pencil, and between these, that's how I do my work. I will sometimes use my Paris A Contape. This is just black graphite for like the really dark stuff. But I also have 8B, my favorite 8B, the Faber Castell pencils. So I don't have a very wide variety of pencils. For the most part, like I'll if I want to carefully render things out, I'll just use my light one and I'll do a bunch of passes and I'll introduce the other pencil later on when I need to get darker. But right now I'm still kind of fleshing out some of the details. I'm kind of slowly adding in shadowing. Right now I still want to stay like very light. I want to stay very light at this point. Should I give these rabbits top hats? What do you guys think? Top hats? I had 0 or 1 ad before. Yeah. You know what? I think that might. Did you watch streaming before a lot? Because maybe it's like once you start watching a lot, they start hitting you with ads because they're like, oh, this person's hooked. It's really strange. Gotta thank you. That's strange. Gotta think. Well, you can still it's just like the thing is that like you can use an HB pencil, like you can use a hard lead pencil and get darkness. It it's just that you're gonna do a million passes to get that darkness out of there, and so it just depends on like how. But if you want like very careful rendering, like if you want a very nice gradient rendering, it's a lot easier to go with like a harder lead and just work into it. But so it kind of just depends on like what are you trying to get, because like if you're doing more of a comic booky kind of style, you may not want to have a very hard lead that's gonna like have a very very soft approach. But since I'm doing like a little bit more towards realism, like a little bit in that direction, I kind of want that soft, slow build up, and then when I have to go into like the harder shadows, I'll kind of like introduce that later on. But if I was gonna do a sketchy style, I would just reach directly for my 8B Faber Castell and just do that like more heavy lines kind of look. And it kind of depends all on like what I'm trying to get out of the picture, I guess. But if I want to, like I said, if I want more of a sketchy style, I just go for the harder lines right away and have like more sort of separated shadows that look more comic booksy kind of a vibe. That's kind of how I think about it. Mm, be right back. Drive time. All right, Japochi. Thank you so much. I'm thinking about adding like little top hats to the rabbits. Right now, I'm kind of half and half. I kind of like the way they look right now. They look kind of demented. Like they kind of have that Alice in the Wonderland kind of vibe. No hats, please. All right. Hat like cylinders. Yeah, the British aristocrat kind of top hat. That's what I had in mind. Oh my god. Thank you for the follow. Shinozaki, thank you for the follow. Mary Poppins. Yeah, I sat around and thought about the hat situation. I wanted the jester kind of hat, but then it's like that's more of a jester, and like I wanted to do the hair too, because I wanted to kind of keep the feminine vibe going, so I didn't want to just like kind of cover everything up. You know what I mean? This have nothing to do with this conversation, but what does going postal mean? Uh, oh, going postal is like it's a reference to there's a lot of people who work in the government in America that, or the postal office especially, that basically glitch out and do bad things to their coworkers. I want to phrase it. I'm on the internet. I gotta phrase it in a way that's like family friendly. Basically, it means like doing the pew pew. Uh, it's like going crazy and like pew pewing people. You know, there's a like a trend in America that people who work at the post office like just kind of lose their mind. So it's a reference to if you say someone went postal, you know. I believe that's what it means. No, it's not. It's not political because terrorist attack is like violence to initiate like political action. It's got nothing to do with politics. It's more just like someone just goes crazy, you know. It's like basically someone decides they've had enough, kind of thing. I believe. Yeah, yeah, but it's not a politically motivated thing. Fiber Castell is pretty pricey, I think. I bought a like a 10 pack of 8 Bs, and it's gonna take me a lifetime to get through them. But yes, sometimes they can be. But if you look around on Amazon, you can find packs that like. What I would not recommend is buying like one of those like softest to hardest leads because you're gonna use up the one you use the most anyway, like very quickly. I like to buy the 8 Bs in like 10 packs. They are expensive, but like I remember it being not really that horrifically expensive to be honest. For what I bought, I don't remember how much I paid, but it was I like the pencils enough that I'm like I need these in my arsenal. Actually, I'll show you. I'll show you what I bought exactly. It was this right here. I forget how much it was, but I bought like 12 graphite pencils, 8B. It's even got a little knight on there. I had some Karan Dash color pencil ones. Yeah, these are fantastic. I love these pencils. I like all the like little knights they draw in there. Anyway, but yeah, that's how I would buy it. Is find the one you use a lot and then buy a pack of those. I mostly use them for like rough sketching. That's kind of like where I think they really shine for me. In my childhood, the game Postal was popular, and it gained its popularity due to its incredible violence and indifference of the main character. That says something. They must feel miserable. I think what it means there is senseless violence for the sake of violence. Yeah, I know that. I remember there was like another kind of like a demented game. I know what you're talking about. That Postal game. There was another one where it literally the entire game is like you just it's kind of like that, but it's more gothic and it's more of a top-down GTA game kind of vibe, and like like you literally just shoot like random people until the cops show up. It was another, I think Steam like banned it at first, but then like based on principle they didn't, because they were like, we stand by like creativeness no matter what it is. I don't know if that game's available or what. I've never played it because I'm like, I didn't understand the point of just shooting, but it was like it was a big story. Like someone just made a game where you just go around and do, that. I forget what the name of it. It was, but it was definitely like, I don't know, pretty crazy at the time. I'm really starting to like this pick, by the way. The rabbits made me like come alive. I can now see the beauty of it. The toothy rabbits. Maybe I'll rewatch Interstellar tonight. It's not even a movie that I initially liked that much, but over the course of the years when I watched it a few times, I like slowly fell in love with it more and more. If you guys like schlock, if you guys like dystopian schlock, like 1984 but with action, Equilibrium is a really good one. The rabbits, I'm gonna make them be kind of in the background as much as I can. Like they're gonna be darkened out with very little light. Goes shy. Hello everyone. Hope you had or are having a nice day. We are. Thank you so much. I'm having a great day. Drawing a clown lady with some rabbits.
How's the life in Russia, by the way? Mm. Interstellar was a beautiful movie, but unfortunately, I forgot a lot of it because it was basically a decade ago. Isn't it scary? Like I still think of that as a modern movie, and it is like long in the past kind of movie. Dude, that's disturbing. I That's the one thing I don't like about being 35 is like it's how fast the time flies. I think the graphics still like the graphics hold up, not graphics, but the CGI and everything. It still looks like a beautiful, convincing movie. I don't think it's aged at all, really. In fact, some of the schlock you see today kind of looks worse. So, but yeah, Interstellar was a fantastic movie. In general, it's fine, but there are some nuances. I'm not sure if it's worth talking about them here. Thank you for asking. I think I would really like to like live on like some farm somewhere like that, like a farmhouse, but with like internet. I don't know, and all the conveniences of modern life, but like isolated on a farm. I think I would like enjoy that. Astronomical movies are so teary. Uh, and yes, it's definitely a weird feeling. It honestly feels like we've lost track of time somehow. Yeah, it feels slow and fast at the same, like the movement of time when you get older. It's like I remember like someone asking me how long I've been working at a place, and I was like, I don't remember. And then like they told me it was like almost 10 years. I'm like, what the? And so I left because of that partially. I'm like, what? I haven't enjoyed a single day of this. Guys, it is so nice now that it's not hella hot outside. This might be outdated information, but apparently we feel time moving faster until we reach the 60s. But this is generally, of course, obviously depends. Yeah. Yeah, I hope it slows back down a little bit. It's just weird how when you're a kid, every year feels like 10 years. Like right up until like you get to like about 20 years old, that's when things really start to like speed up. There is still time. Nice. Thank you for reminding me. I mean, I'm having fun. Like this is like I think this might be these next few years before I start getting old. I feel like the next 10 years might be like my peak life. You know what I mean? I really feel like the next 10 years is going to be like peak life for me and then downhill. Hopefully it's not peak life, you know. I feel like from 35 to 45 like if you pivot correctly, like you're going to have a pretty good time. Until now, I feel like I've been just like kind of sort of stuck in institutions. Like it was like I had a childhood, right? Childhood started off good. I was enjoying it. Then school started. I'm like, what is this? And I'm like, is this prison? This feels like I mean, I hated it. And so I finished school and I hated all of that. I'm like, oh, wow, that felt like a waste of life. Like I hated that part. Uh, Oh, and then like work started. I'm like, okay, I'm really not enjoying this part of my life. Like, so I would say like up until like a year ago, like I'm like, wow, this is like this is really bad. I don't like most of what's happening. Like, and it's like only now that I'm just like sitting in my house and drawing all day, doing commissions and streaming and doing like side work to like make money. I'm like, this is way. I feel like I'm living life, you know. But look, everyone's different. I know people who like have like 9 to 5s that they genuinely love. Bro, I am not one of those people. I am for sure meant to have been like the way I live now is like how I want to do. I've watched The Arrival, but I think I haven't finished the movie. Wait, I recently rewatched Danny Villeneuve's Arrival 2016. I enjoyed it again. I'm thinking of doing the same with Interstellar in a few days. I hope I don't fall out of love with it years from now. Honestly, the movie, um, the movie Interstellar, it like grew on me more. Make all of your life speak life. I will try to do that. Oh, was that what was that one movie? Was it Extermination or Annihilation? There was like four women in the movie going into like this like whatever kind of like danger zone kind of place. I thought Annihilation was a really good movie. It had some annoying moments, but I thought overall, like especially like towards the end, I thought Annihilation was a fantastic movie. I liked it a lot. There was just a couple scenes that kind of annoyed me, where like these are allegedly like soldiers, and there was a few times when they get got by the environment and like no one is holding a gun. Like everyone's just like chilling. The gun is like somewhere inside the building, and I'm like, a lot of this could have been prevented if you just like make sure your gun is on you at all times. Uh, it's a fun mind bending thought experiment. That's for sure. Interstellar, yeah, I love Interstellar. It's just and just the whole story was like really good. I thought. Are we still talking about Annihilation? I bring it up. I bring it up as like one of the better science fiction movies. It definitely like feels like it didn't have like the like if it had a little bit of a bigger budget, it would have helped maybe. But like other than that, like there's just a few CGI moments that were like, it's like oh, if they would have just pulled it together a little bit more, just like 20% more money into the CGI or practical effects, like it would have transcended to a whole new level. You know, I was saying the whole time. No, well, do you, if you guys don't care, there was like a moment I missed that was really interesting. So, I guess the guy, I don't want to spoil the movie if you guys are gonna watch it, like, but there's like a thing you realize in the movie that is like quite disturbing, but you don't realize it till like later on. What are you doing? Sorry, the dog. Oh, there he is. There he is. Oh, thank you, the drool. Thank you. Oh my god. Thank you. That's a lot. I'll just stay over there, kind of. Drooly baby. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of drool, bro. Yeah, he's very cute. He's very cute. I'm just trying to, I'm preemptively trying to block him if he starts shaking his head. I can't have this drool get on the picture. Ares arrival. Yeah, I can't have him, if he does the head shake thing, then if it gets on the picture, it's like, it's gonna ruin, I can't have slime on the picture. That's why I'm like, I'm trying to protect the picture from the grenade that he's bringing to the... I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. I gotta pee. Your boy's back. Your boy's back. Thank you. Thank you for the. He's so cute. He is very cute. I just wish he wouldn't slime so much. It goes away. Thank you. Thank you for the welcome back. It's just he doesn't really do that in the winter. It's only summertime that the drool gets out of hand like that. But there's nothing I can do. Like there's nothing you can do. He just drools all the time. Well, not all the time, but a lot of times. I honestly love winter. That's my favorite thing about wintertime is like that whole it's like cold and you get under your blankets and then you like keep adding blankets until you stabilize the warmth under the blanket. It's like it's my favorite thing because I know I'm about to get some really good sleep that way. I like to keep my house kind of cold. Are you guys the same way or just me? If only I could like get my house like if only I could like somehow isolate. See, but the problem is my heat. Like the way the furnace is designed is they shot a tube straight from the furnace upstairs, and like 80% of the heat just goes upstairs, and you never get any of it. Uh, abhor I abhor winter. It does honestly towards the end. Like I look forward to it ending because it's like it's just darkness and cold. The heaviness of a blanket and just the right heat when it's cold on your head. Sleep quality, bro, it's the best ever. It's just the problem is they constructed my house in a way that's like the tube, like the thing just shoots all the air upstairs, and like 80% of it like goes up there before it has any chance to make it here. So I'm heating the upstairs. It's like uber hot up there, and it's like down here is kind of it's not. I'm wasting so much energy because of that. If I could like cut off 80% of the circulation going up there and redirect it, I would save so much money. I think, but I'm like I know I'm too stupid to like if I cut into it, darkness and cold just like my heart. Nice. I was when I went to get water this morning from the store, one of the songs on my phone cuz I should just stream YouTube. One of the songs that started playing was the fiddle and drums, like that the Ireland music, how they play on those bagpipes. Well, it was like one of those songs that they play, and I had to like resist the urge to die for Scotland the entire time I was driving. I really unironically enjoy listening to that music, like the Scottish bagpipes. I actually do kind of like garlic once in a while. Yeah, garlic can be good. At least we know you're not a vampire. Hold on, that one on top looks a lot more like a. I don't know. That one looks more like a mouse. Hold on, 1 second, guys. It looks like a mouse. Hold on. I need to pull up a picture. I don't know why I can't draw that angle. 1 second. Let's do rabbit, rabbit images. Okay, sorry. That one like legit doesn't look like a rabbit like at all. one of my favorite musicians is from Ireland, but it's not Irish music. Lol, I love real Irish music, especially twin whistle music. Yeah, I do love. I know this is not. It's not the same, but I do love the the chants, the like the ship chanties or whatever they call it. It's like they sing about ships and rowing the boat. I forget what it's called, but you know what I'm talking about. It's like something. I forget what it's called. The bagpipe stuff is like really awesome to listen to sometimes. Yeah, sea shanties. Play it on stream, Japochi. I can't. The Queen of England will comfort taxation if I do that. Sorry, I gotta change some of these faces. Like, they don't really look like rabbits enough to me. I gotta fix up some of these faces a little bit. Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Guys, I've never been a water person. I'll be honest, I've never been like a water guy. Oh, you know what I think where I went wrong is their foreheads aren't big. They have like these tiny like foreheads, and like they got a broader like nose bridge kind of thing going on. I think that's where I went wrong, is like the structure of the structure of the rabbit is off. Mm. And the nose, I think the nose is too. I'm sick of Spidey game. I also Spider-Man game. Dude, when I was a kid, I used to be obsessed with Spider-Man. Like, I unironically wanted to be Spider-Man. He's not too powerful, and he's not like, you know what I mean? He's just right. Like, I don't want to do the web swinging stuff. Not so much all the other stuff. I probably like wouldn't even help fight the villains. I would just kind of use my Spidey powers to like get around places and be like cool. But none of that responsibility stuff. That can go, and I'm not interested in that. Sorry, I gotta work on their like little faces. I gotta go back and like I'm like looking at their faces, and they look like they just kind of look like they need to look like demented but like rabbit like. You know what I mean? More rabbit like. I don't think I capture their rabbit energy enough. Guys, I don't even think I'd be able to. If I had to fall asleep without a podcast, I don't even think that's possible. If I'm being completely honest, I don't think I'd be able to sleep without a podcast anymore. I love chanty stuff. I can't understand though. Yeah, well, that's when British people like really bring out their accent. It's really hard to understand all that. When the accent really comes out and they get, after a few drinks, you don't know what British people are saying. Sorry, I gotta make fun of British people. I gotta get it out of my system. Imagine having TV while you close your eyes. It's called dreaming, bro. I think these faces are starting to shape up. I like the Western accent in America. You mean mine? Like, what do you mean? Like the Southern accent or the Western? Because I think, well, except for the accent that I have, I speak like standard English of the Americana. Oh, Leaf, how's it going? How's life? How's life in Puerto Rico? Or I forgot where you're from, but or I think you said you were Puerto Rican in America, or something. Isn't Puerto Rico an American piece of land now? I'm not sure, but I heard something like that on a podcast. Oh, you like the Southern accent? Yeah, Southern accent has a reputation. Let's say it has the opposite effect of the British accent, where you automatically, when you hear someone have a Southern accent, you automatically like shave off IQ points. Your estimated sense of how smart they are. You go, oh, you're one of, it's like the British accent is sounds smarter, and like the Southern accent is like the opposite of that. I'm totally kidding, by the way, a little bit. Even though I live in London, some British. Oh my God, you live in Sherlock. You do really? Even though I live in London, some British punk rock bands is confusing to understand, bro. I'm telling you, that is one thing the British people like invented that is absolutely stunning. It's like the same thing with like, I don't know, other countries that export things. Is like the British accent is like the number one thing that British people have invented that just maintains the entire country. It's like the export of the British accent still works for movies. If you want a villainous like female, you give her that aristocratic British accent. It's like Germans with the cars. It's like British people export the accent. If you need a villain, give him the British, that aristocratic kind of vibe. It's like that's like one thing that British people invented that you like cannot deny. They've like mastered how to sound like, I don't know, Britishy. You are a descendant of real Sherlock Holmes. Is Watson great grandfather? British people don't invent accent. Did they, lol? They invented the Industrial Revolution, right? We got to give it to the British for the Industrial Revolution. For better or for worse, I have a lot more junk in my house because of that. Watson is my friend and colleague. If I go there, I'd want to go in a diner, order some food, and waitress will be like, "Hey sugar, would you?" Oh, the hey sugar, yeah, that is the Southern hospitality. Yeah, the hey sugar, yeah, you'll get that. Would you like some eggs and bacon with coffee inside? Would you like some sugar and milk? I just want to be served by a waitress with a Southern accent. Most AI on movies speak with a British accent. I don't know why. It sounds more scholar, I guess. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, the Southern accent, it does. It's better for hospitality. No, Leaf, I disagree with you. I think they did. Like it's actually a I actually like think they worked on it. I don't think it was I don't think their language ended up like sounding like that accidentally. I think they like throughout the centuries they like slowly forged it into a formidable like way of speaking so they can be in Hollywood movies. It's like Italians and designing. It's like Italians with like design. Um, you know what I mean? Like they make the best look like Ferrari and like shoes or whatever Italians make. Like the design is spectacular, right? Every like culture has like a thing they do. And with British people, it's the way they talk. They've mastered talking. Don't be mistaken by hospitable accent, cause them folks know how to use them shooters. I'm telling you. I think I've heard in the I don't know now. I have no idea, like what's going on out there. But the South is like more chill. Like there's like. The words and accent of French and Italian makes everything bonjour and chic. Did you ever start drawing in your dreams due to being too focused on an idea? Uh, Kampf main Necken. Did you ever start drawing in your dreams due to being focused on an idea? You know what? I have not had drawing dreams, ironically. Not for a long time. I haven't been having art dreams where I draw. I know what you mean. Like when you game all day and then you close your eyes and you see the game, and then you're like so focused on it. Then like when you go to sleep, like you it's kind of like in your dreams. Honestly, I have not had that. That hair is crazy good. Thank you. Appreciate that. And I'm still not done with the hair. I still gotta. I'm gonna like slowly darken the hair until it's like jet black. Well, that's what I'm working towards. But I want to establish some of the rabbits a little bit. I think it's because I've been daily drawing. I get it out of my system, basically. I don't know. My brain does. I think it just. Uh, who is the chick you are drawing? Your girlfriend, mom, or British nanny? We're drawing. We're drawing a clown. It's a clown lady. Okay, it's just a portrait of a clown lady. Oh, by the way, is the music volume at a good is the music volume at a good level? But no, I haven't been getting a lot of dream art related dreams. Although sometimes maybe I should. It's too quiet, I think. All right. Well, this might be the quiet part, so I'll turn it up a little bit. You guys let me know. It's just that you know how this kind of cinematic music tends to like rise back up, and it's like now it's too loud. But this is the quiet part, so maybe I can hear your chair squeaks and pencil strokes more. Nice. Why rabbits? Because clowns pull rabbits out of their hats. Leaf, that's why. Clowns have a tendency to pull rabbits out of their hats. And she's pulled out a lot of them. Alright, let me turn it up. You guys don't hear that right now? Because I'm looking at the volume bar and it's like... Baby, come here. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, no drool, thank you. You didn't come with any drool, thank you. Guys, Aries is back if you want to check out Aries. Right now would be the time to look at him. Oh, there he is. He likes behind the shoulder blades. He likes the shoulder blade. I just hope he doesn't get the camera wire. I hear strange music. I'm about to discover something creepy in a cave with gate contraptions. Baby best friend. I fight dreams with dream popping potions. My dreams are not fun. Oh, you wait. I fight dreams with the dream stopping potions. My dreams are not fun. It's more magicians who do tricks with rabbits than. Oh my god, that's kind of true. Guys, am I going in the wrong direction with the rabbits? I really like the creepy rabbits, but it is kind of a more magician. It's more of a magician thing than a clown thing, right? Uh, clowns do balloon animals though. Well, they do cards. Like clown and cards and balloons. You know what I could do is I could get rid of the bottom of their feet and make them balloons. I think that's the go-to move. And some with flowers with water squirts. Sausage bunnies, I can get rid of I can make them into balloons. Because you're right, I think balloons are a little bit closer to the clown than the... It's no worries, it's your world. But you're making Leaf. I normally wouldn't say that, but you're making too much sense right now. You're not wrong. We might have to turn them into balloon rabbits. And then if there's a bunch of balloons floating, it would make so much more. I wasn't trying to criticize or complain. I understand, Leaf, but you're not wrong, and that's the problem. You're not wrong. Like sausage bunnies. Oh my god, actually that's kind of a great creative move. Make it how you want. Yeah, but it's got to be relevant. It has to be relevant to the clown world. It can't be what I want because it has to be within the context of the clown. And actually, you're making too much sense. I'm gonna go ahead and make the bottom like balloons and have strings, and that'll be actually like very creative and interesting. I think. I need to find an eraser that's not stupid. All my erasers. The marks in her face, no. I looked at a bunch of clowns. There's a bunch of clowns with those markings. I looked into this. I hate to hand Leaf a victory, but he's right. But some clowns do take rabbits out of hat and do whole. Well, let's do rabbit like the rabbits and balloons. I think it'll work. I think it'll be very surreal and it'll be creepy surreal, and I think it'll work here in this context. Like I believe it'll work. And I'll have a bunch of strings and stuff. Like I'll have a bunch of strings. I think it'll work really well actually. I agree. It will make the picture even better. You do your magic for us. I'll be driving again. All right, buddy. I think the balloon rabbits will make it feel like a creepy dream. You know what I mean? I think the balloon rabbits will make it like feel like very creepy and dreamlike. No, her hands are gonna have a card, like a big card with blood on it. We're gonna do like a big card with a blood on it. That's what I'm gonna do with the hands. I don't want to do an Easter basket. Which cards are a magician thing, but I think like clowns definitely, or sorry, yeah, clowns definitely they do cards, right? Oh my god, thank you for the follow. Whoever just followed, you made the right decision. I'm off. Thanks for the company. Go, Shai. Thank you so much for being here. Have a nice stream. Yeah, no problem. Thank you so much. We appreciate the company too. Who followed me? Hold on. Izzy Soyo. Izzy Soyo. Thank you for the follow. Make the rabbits look like no. I want them to look like rabbits, but have balloon at the bottom thing going on, so it looks like they're in a strange kind of like. I like how surreal that feels when they're like sort of they look normal at the top, balloon at the bottom. Like it's a weird dream. You're very welcome. Thank you. And now, like, it makes sense why the rabbits are floating, because they're balloons. Get it? It, like, the whole thing kind of comes together, and, like, it makes so much more sense now. They will be shrouded in darkness. I want them to be like something you can not barely see, but they're gonna it's gonna be like everything around her. All of these like balloon rabbits, they're gonna be like something that you have to kind of like it's definitely, this is gonna be the focal point, and then you as you kind of search with the eye, you'll see the rabbits in the background. But I want them to be kind of like not the first thing you look at, kind of thing. So I'm just slow. I'm gonna like work in the darkness around the rabbits, and then kind of slowly shade them in also. I honestly, I love the weirdness. I'm not gonna lie, I like love the weirdness of it. Leaf, I am reading your messages, Leaf, but I'm gonna kind of stick with kind of what's going on here. I do appreciate the comments, but I'm gonna kind of go with a theme that's kind of emerging here. The balloon rabbits are like a great idea. Like the Leaf, the rabbits aren't gonna be, they're gonna be darkened in to where like it's they're not gonna be the focal point. It's just it's gonna take a lot of rendering, but I'm gonna dampen them down. Like you're gonna see her, you're gonna notice the rabbits once you start looking into it, but they're gonna be shrouded in darkness. I'm not gonna focus too much on like adding more rabbits and like candy cotton rabbits and stuff like that. The rabbits are gonna stop here. I just wanted to create some dynamic, kind of like more things going on than just her, but they're definitely not going to be the focal point. But by the time all said and done, they're going to like be in the darkness. They can see the balloons because the bottom of the rabbit is like tied off like a balloon. That's how they'll know. I'll make it more obvious, Leaf. Have to leave. Be well. Sherlock H, thank you so much for hanging out. May your British adventures fare well. Nice music. Thank you, Leaf. I see no nose clearly does look round like a clown nose. Yeah, but the female clowns I was looking at, and because I'm trying to maintain the feminine features of the lady clown, if I wanted to, they just paint their nose red or black, I've noticed. Almost done? No, no, this is far from being done. This is going to be a full picture, full like page rendering. This is gonna be definitely probably a 3 streamer. I'm at 5 hours now. So yeah, probably 6, 7. I'm definitely gonna have to do like like for this to be all the way rendered out to the quality I want. This is gonna be at least 14, 21 hours at the minimum. At the minimum. Probably maybe go beyond that. I'll have to draw a little bit off stream. We'll see. I didn't want to do I did not want to do a like if I'm doing a commission, I feel like it has to be like an all out. Like even if it's a portrait, I'm going to try and make it like max rendered out, I guess. You know what I mean? Like if that makes sense. I can't believe it's already been 5 hours. I don't feel tired at all, and like I feel like I've been here for like an hour. Very strange. I am sort of debating on whether I should get rid of the card symbols on her head, just because it feels like very modern and very sort of Harley Quinnish, I guess. I was kind of like, I wanted, because I've seen the card symbols on the clowns' faces, but it's sort of like the vibe isn't right. Like I want there to be stuff, but I also kind of want to reduce some of the faces on this side. What the? I want to reduce some of the faces on the left side too of the rabbits. I don't really like I like the way I fixed them there. They look more like demented and rabbit-like, and this feels not quite up to par. I want to retouch some of these faces on these rabbits. Oh, that's right. Okay. That's what I like to leave. I think it's like the forehead problem is the thing that throws it off the most. Like they have like this. Make it exist first, right? You can make it better later. Isn't that what they say? Lots of work for 20 bucks. Future oil, I can't disclose. It wouldn't matter because I'm gonna be streaming anyway. Like, so, but I cannot talk about the pricing on. Well, I guess I should probably like establish and post like what the general prices are. But in terms of like this commission. I don't know if I should. I don't know if is that a good thing to do or not. I really don't know. But I feel like whatever we agree upon in the background, I feel like I shouldn't disclose that. Like, you know what I mean? Like out of professionalism, I guess. I feel like it's best not to. But when I was talking about the $20, I was just saying that my initial plan was just to start super low. And then once I get later on, when you establish a website, yeah, better idea. Well, I can just have the prices on the Discord channel. Like, you know what I mean? Just have a Discord related thing. But just because there's official prices doesn't mean I'm not like willing to work with people. You know what I mean? So. I think it's maybe the eye position. And even if the prices are really low, let's say I don't know if they are relative to other people. I'm not sure like what other people are charging, but even if they are low, it's good to get that sort of getting money anxiety out of the way because it does change it changes things in terms of like the comfort zone kind of thing. So you gotta start somewhere, you know. It's like I'm at a weird angle here, and like this rabbit is just not working out. I like that hollow, empty look, that kind of like zombied out look for the rabbit eyes. I might even make them white and glow, like have these eyes glowing a little bit in a darkness. Did you see my suggestion question above, Yuri? What's 20 bucks? You mean to sell this? Yes. Yes, this is, well, it's already kind of sold. It's commish. But no, Leaf, you wrote a lot of stuff. I read a lot of it, but I didn't read all of it. Okay. I do like their faces. Their faces are starting to look a lot better. Baku! Right, let me exploit the guy in peace. I would imagine so, because I'm giving my paint in LG away, so there's zero pressure on me. Watch in Vinland Saga. Watch Vinland Saga. Baku, put it in the movie suggestions on Discord. Everything people suggest to me on here, I forget about it by the time the stream is done, and I never go and check it. At least if it's on Discord, it's in an organized way that I can like go back and see it. No, it's just that money kind of change. It does change because you want to like, you know. Just if you want me to remember something, put it on Discord, because like at least there I try to go through everything at the end of the day and check all the messages. I just can't imagine like a life that's better suited for me. Show up, stream, chit chat. You know, like it just doesn't get any better than this. Like I figured it out. You know how sometimes people figure things out? I figured it out. For me, the perfect life exists. More money, more No, it's quite the opposite. It's quite the opposite. Having no money is a lot of problems. A lot of problems there. I think it's just if you don't expand the horizon and you just keep living frugally, like honestly, I have everything I want. Like I got a nice computer. You know what I mean? I've always wanted a nice computer. I have a motorcycle and I'm done. Like I've never wanted other things. Like materially, like I'm done buying things. You know, like whatever. Like I'll need to upgrade my computer eventually, but like I'm not in terms of like the material things. I've gotten everything I've ever wanted. I just need to like maintain my life now. You know. I sent it. Nice. A cabin in the woods. W. Some Wi-Fi sounds great. You're a lucky man. In some sense, yeah. Like in some sense, I didn't plan this. It just kind of worked out that way. But to my credit, I'm sort of managed not to create a lot of problems for myself. Thank God. Like, I just went to work and existed. You live in a cabin in the woods? No, no, no. No, I have a normal house, but like, it's a normal house. But, you know, like I've never gotten a DUI down by the river near the woods. Yeah, like I've never like it's easy to like kind of just create problems, and it's way harder to not create problems, you know. My suggestion to everyone is if you don't know what you're doing with your life, he makes you feel like he's living in the cabin in the house. I thought so too. Like the thing is that like it's if you don't know what to do with your life, my advice would be like do nothing. Just keep going to work, save money and wait. Just wait, don't do anything crazy, you know, and just later on you'll have the resources to maybe pivot to something else. Actually, if I could have gone back in time and not gotten into motorcycles, that would have been even better. I would have done this years earlier. You can burn through a lot of money just buying tires and oil changes and repairing stuff. That's the other issue. Is like if you want to burn through a lot of money, my advice is start a vehicle project. Go buy like an 80s motorcycle and start rebuilding the whole thing. You can burn through more money than a new motorcycle costs. I did that. And now I have a barely functioning motorcycle. Honestly, I would love to live in the woods. Like I wouldn't mind like living in like one of those like mobile homes in the woods with like a little wood burning stove. Wouldn't that be awesome? Just have like a little wood burning stove and like you live in like a little cabin thing, like a cabin that you built onto like a trailer. That'd be dope. I would love that life. I live in Idaho and Maine for a few years growing up. It was great. My husband rides motorcycles. The only vehicle we have now. Idaho and Maine. Oh, Maine is rainy, right? Maine is awesome. For a few years growing up, it was great. My husband rides motorcycles. The only vehicle we have now. But how do you do like how can you live in America and only have a motorcycle? That's the other thing is this a motorcycle is kind of like a rough existence if you don't have a car. You don't have to explain. I'm just wondering if you live in America, that's a rough existence. We live in New York City, so public transport. Now, right? This is one of my dreams. When I turn 18, I want to travel the world, like Switzerland, Finland, and live in the mountains. Okay, public transport. Okay, that makes sense. I wish I lived where there was public transport, safe public transport. We don't have anything like that. In rural areas, your transportation is entirely up to you. And everything is so far away that if you're going to walk, you're going to spend like an hour and 40 minutes walking there. Maybe not that much, maybe like 30 minutes, but still, if you need to go walk for an hour just to go get eggs every time, that would drive me nuts. It's not viable in America not to have a car. But yeah, if you trains, planes, rental automobiles, yeah, if you can cut out the cost of a car in America, you're gonna be a mini rich person because cars, if you get unlucky with a car, you're gonna dump thousands and thousands of dollars repairing it, or you can buy a $500 car and get very lucky like I did and drive that thing for 7 years until it turns into a rust bucket. I highly recommend buying a rust bucket. Those things are great. Uh, When going to college, I'd make public trains to get to campus every day. Leaf asks, "Why do you love motorcycles?" I'm not sure. I've always thought they were like really badass to have a motorcycle. It's the freedom, it's the smell, it's the acceleration, it's the noise, the whole package. Leaf, I love all of it. And yes, they are comedically dangerous. I would not recommend it for most people. Honestly, I don't think people should ride motorcycles before the age of 25 at least. At least not like anything above a 300cc motorcycle. That should be only after the age of 25. I know I'm clutching my pearls, but I'm telling you, like, it's a super bad idea to be like an emotional young person with a motor with a you know a death rocket. Have you ever drawn them? Leaf, there's motorcycles in my picture slideshow. Those two sports bikes. In the look at the pictures in the upper left, you'll see the two motorcycles in the picture. My futuristic sports bikes. And by the way, I am a little bit oh, Comrade Soul, welcome. I'm more of a I'll be honest, I know I'm gonna get hate for this, but I like sports bikes better than like Harley Davidsons. I've always just liked the look of like the sports. Maybe more like I like the rebuilt sort of like the cafe racer look. I think that's my favorite type of motorcycle. Is like that retro sports look. I think a lot of the modern Japanese stuff, like it looks too like I don't know. There's too many like weird curves on it. I like the simpler sports look of the rebuilt 80s motorcycle into like a sports bike. The dog just pushed the door open and let himself out. Nice. He's gonna let all the bugs in. Small trivia: if you spell Bezos as Bezos, it's Spanish for kisses. Nice. Leaf, you don't have to be sorry. You don't have to be sorry about the motorcycle thing. I just thought with how much you've been here, you would have seen the two motorcycles. And I'm not big into drawing vehicles at all, but once in a while, I gotta draw a vehicle. I support that thought. Noise. Once in a while you gotta drive. Once in a while you gotta drive vehicle. Yeah, cause it's hard to size up. Like when you draw a man next to a car, it's really hard to like get the scale right. The series I recommend is a season 2 anime for Viking, which changed my life. Must watch. The series I recommend is a 2-season anime for Viking. You had a season that changed your life? Okay. Oh, the music ended. My bad. Um, put new jabbies. New jabbies. I look there all the time. You croupy Kauser. I love those images. Thank you, Leaf. I think you meant to say something good. I'm not sure what a croupy Kauser is, but I appreciate it, Leaf. I think you meant well. We want more music of him rip. Wait. Hi, it is great rip. I'm not sure what you guys are saying. Sorry. Hey, Sasha, did you hear? Sasha? Did you hear? If you're still there, did you hear of the game Hail to the Rainbow? Let me know if you've heard of that game. I'm gonna get that game. It's a dystopian. It's a dystopian like, kind of like Metro, but like more Soviet Union with robots. I'm really excited for that game. Oh, Jipochi, you're back. Hail to the Rainbow. It's go to Steam if you have Steam and type in Hail to the Rainbow. It like Hail. Uh, Hail. Wait, not Kale. Hail. Hail to the found, yeah, yeah. Check it out. It's like you might like it. I don't know. Baku, I can't click on that. I'm afraid it'll mess up my stream. I think one time I was playing a trailer on stream and I think my stream went down because of it. So I'm not really sure. Now I'm paranoid about playing videos on stream. I know other people do it and they do it fine, but I'm just not sure. It's probably a Rickroll anyway. thought it was some Horizon Zero Dawn. Yeah, you're thinking of the Japochi. You're thinking of the American version of the. You're thinking of the American Robots Gone Wrong. Meg Mangoita, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Man Goita says hello, hello. How's your day going? We hope it's going good. What music is playing today? Leaf, if you're talking about this song, I'll send you the link. There you go, Leaf. That's the link of the music I'm playing right now. 1 second, I gotta let my dog in. He's barking. Greetings from Chile. With Google Translate, I can communicate in English. You look incredible. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I wish more of my fans would just come in here and say that. It's like, they're like always talking about my work, but never me. I appreciate that. He always looks incredible. Thank you, Japochi. It's something that doesn't need to be said anymore, right? We've been over it. I watched it. I'm surprised I haven't heard of this project yet. It looks atmospheric. Are you planning to play it? Sasha, there's zero chance I won't play it. There's zero chance I won't play that game. Pick looks good, my guy. Thank you, First Transit. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah, the game, the Hail to the Rainbow game, it's very, I feel like he understood what the vibe of that era was. I think there's been a couple of games like that came out, and they misunderstood the vibes of the late Soviet existence, like the emptiness of it, and like the kind of like, I don't know, it's like, it's hard to explain, but it's like he understands like the the game looks awesome. You got a broken car and a drone. Yes. You paint incredible. The first time I see it in person and at that time the drawing process is shown, I get very excited. Thank you. Well, I'm not painting, but I think I know what you mean. It must have been a Google Translate issue, but yeah. I appreciate the kind words. Creatures of Forest. Oh. Download it. Okay, thank you, Baku. Follow them on wishlist that game. It helps them. Well, right now they only have the demo out, but the game will come out eventually. It's just right now they only have the demo available. No, Future Oil. This one's gonna be. This is gonna be. I'm gonna work on this for a while. Because I want to flush out all the rabbits. I'm gonna like make the background dark, make the rabbits dark, make her the focal point. There's gonna be a lot of work put into this. I should probably get rid of those lines first. Oh yeah, First Transit. I don't know if you're still there, but that last picture you posted was fire. With the death one, I really like that one. I can translate the chat, but not the audio since I don't know English. So at least I understand what they say, so I don't fall behind. Okay. It was okay, but I have to return some shoes I got for my kid since he doesn't like them. I wish I could help you out there, buddy, but I can't translate every word he says or else I'm going to explode. I'm going to try the demo. All right, Baku. Try the demo. I don't blame you. I think you're gonna like, if you like atmospheric horror mixed in with combat. I think the game looks very promising. Especially like if you're my age, a lot of the stuff there is like straight from the 90s. It's like late 80s, early 90s kind of vibes. It's very much like teleported me back to my childhood a little bit. Reminds me of Alice in the Wonderland. Lately in YouTube, I'm seeing a lot of shorts telling a story about how some employee disrespects the CEO because he thinks they're a homeless person. Later they find out he's their new boss. Pew, 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 pew. Yeah. Never be disrespectful. Now I'm periodically turn on roguelike for 30-60 minutes to relax from work like Noita. I'm not ready for a full-fledged session lasting several hours. That's kind of how I game now. I never have the patience to like game for like how I used to. Like I used to be completely enthralled and captivated by video games. Now it's like even when a game offers too many new mechanics, I just tap out. I'm like, yeah, I'm not learning all this new lingo and remembering all these keys, you know. As you get older, you kind of get tired. I just want to play what I know. So I completely understand that sentiment. Thanks for sharing the music link, Yuri, and for always answering. I try to answer, unless it's like blocks of text or just a lot of questions. Hope I don't annoy you. Don't mean to. Leaf, I believe you. I completely understand. You are forgiven. You are forgiven. I'm kidding, of course. You don't need my forgiveness, but you know what I mean. Work-life balance is a myth. Did you like or see my suggestion of making one of the rabbits Bugs Bunny? No, I don't want to make a Bugs Bunny because the problem is if you introduce IPs like official IPs from franchises that Disney owns, you get sued into oblivion. Like most likely nothing will happen, but if something does happen, not that I have any money for them to grab anyway, but I would rather avoid that issue. That's why I don't do fan art commissions, right? Because of that. When you work as a freelancer, you constantly compare any waste of time with the amount of money you could earn on how you worked instead of playing the game. Is that what you do, Sasha? I'm not very. It's not very good, I think, because at some moments it doesn't allow you to relax fully, but that's life. Sasha, I I'll tell you this. My life before this, I would rather like the last couple of nights I've had that where I was just basically never done with work. Like after the stream, I had to go answer emails or whatever and check on do like social media stuff. I was basically up till about 12, right? And if you count it in those terms, I was like working basically from the time I woke up till I did go see my parents and stuff like that. But I can't explain to you how much better this is. Like I don't care if I have to work from 6 a.m. to like 6 or whatever, just all day. The nightmare that was the factory life, it's well worth the sacrifice because I'm sort of pursuing what I want to do. It's like it's so I totally get where you're coming from, and I'm sure, but like for me, like where I am right now, I'm like I wouldn't trade it. Like they could give me like $60 an hour to come back to work, and I'm like nah, I'm good. Nah, I'm good. I'm tired of being burnt by hot material and being in, just breathing in chemicals and all that. Like, oh my god, hey Haynes. One second. Let me do a shout out really quick. Let me do a shout out. I gotta do a shout out. Haynes, grained one. I'm not exactly sure. Guten Tag. No, wait, it's late there. Guten Nacht. I'm doing very good, thank you. Let me do a shout out. Shout out. Wait. Shout out. I gotta do the fun. Haynes. Grade 1. I think that looks pretty cool. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I turned the rabbits into balloons for it to make more sense with the clown theme. I'm still debating on the card stuff on the face because I want to make it like a little less modern. But thank you. Good Nacht. Yes. Yeah. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, the freelancer. I think that it's so much infinitely better than what I was doing before. That to me, it's like it's well worth the just working from morning to night kind of thing. Not that happens all the time, but when it does happen several days in a row, it's still way better. I was in manufacturing for 10 years, and I'm like, no more of this. Like, no more of this. How was your guys' stream, by the way? What were you guys working on? I hope fun stuff. I had some technical problems, but it was fun. Oh, technical problems. Yes, those are so much fun. I went through a period where my OBS kept crashing on me, and I couldn't figure out why. But I think I did fix it definitively. I turned off all the extra scenes in OBS. I think it was crashing my computer because it was running too much information, and OBS couldn't handle it. And so yeah, that was devastating because I thought my stream was going to be over because it would crash every 2 hours. So, but I haven't had a crash in like a month straight, so I'm very happy about that. But yes, technical problems are always super fun when they suddenly start for seemingly no reason and you don't know how to fix them. Very fun. Leaf asks, and you do social media or other job stuff a few hours a day, right? Not lately, Leaf, but yes, I do things outside the stream, but they're still from home, so it's super chill. Well, I don't know. I will fix it. Yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah, I'm sure you'll figure it out. But I honestly, I hate fixing computer stuff. Like, I hate when I have computer trouble. Once I get things working, I just stop touching them. I don't like to sit there and tinker with things till the end of time. So, in fact, it's better for me to than what was before Office, for example, but I decided to complain a little In fact, this is better for me too than what was before the office, for example. But I decided to. No, there's nothing wrong with complaining a little. I totally understand, but I'm not ready to complain yet because like I was in factories. Uh, I want my computer to work. Me too. That's all I ever want. Is I want it to just work and never have any issues. That's also my desire. Luckily, I had other computers. Like when my graphics card went out, I popped a new one in. I was lucky enough to have an extra graphics cards laying around from when I was trying to mine Bitcoin. But yeah, so if I wouldn't have had that, I wouldn't be able to continue. But yeah, I totally understand the. Yeah, I never worked in offices. It was always I just went into manufacturing because that was what was available for me. But I never tried to move into the office because that was another kind of nightmare. True. Yeah. It's its own kind. It's a softer nightmare, but it's a different kind of a soul drain experience. You're not necessarily exhausted physically, but there's more there. It's more like a psychological like you're like slowly dying. You know what I mean? It's its own kind of a horror. I always knew that I didn't want to go like and work in an office. I knew that from day one. I'm like no 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 no. I would rather unload trucks like all day than do that. My demented rabbits, balloon rabbits. It's not only the soul but also the brain. Yeah, yeah. No, I get it. I've like I said, I've never worked in an office environment, but I just already knew. I'm like, no, there's no. Especially like customer service, and I was good at customer service. Believe it or not, as unsocial as I am, I was like good at customer service, but I never liked it. The company would always make more. If you're a company and you want to make extra money, put me on the cash register. I always mess up the change, but it was always in our favor. They would always find more money in there because I just give people the wrong change. Yeah, if you ever want to make extra money, put me like if you want the cash register, if you want to mess that up, put me on it. It was like I did the opposite of stealing. Like they made more money when they made more. They made a few dollars more at the end of the day. I would be off by like I would be positive $2 in like the wrong direction. I'm like, dude, it's impossible to sit here and count all this change. I didn't mean to. I'm just bad at counting stuff. I'm kind of thinking of giving the rabbits like glowing eyes. I think glowing eyes would be kind of cool. Uh, ra- uh, Rabbit balloons, bunloons. Two. I two could also be in the in a. I two could also not be at the cash register. It's weird. My brain stops working. My brain just stops when I'm at the cash register. It just like if I actually had to count like in the old days, you know how you just punch in like the number that you punch in like what they gave you and then it tells you what to give them back. I still fuck that up. Like I'll fuck that up too. Like if I actually had to count, it would be comedically off at the end of the day. I will not mop the. I'm willing to mop the floor, clean tables, and serve. Yeah, yeah. Don't put me on the register. As long as I get money, I hate math and under pressure. Yeah, math under pressure is like math under pressure is like my worst enemy. My brain literally just turns off, stops working. I remember math is my worst enemy. Oh, I know. One time, like I remember I was in the garden center, and some dude like we were doing the exchange, and he gives me money, and I give him change back, and I thought we were done, and then he's like, I gave you $100, and I'm like, did you? Like, I'm like, wait, did you give me $100? I don't remember that at all. Like, I'm like, I thought it was a 20. I'm like, no. But the thing is like 4 seconds after, I couldn't remember. I'm like, maybe he did. I'm like if I mess this up right now and give him all kinds of money back, I'm gonna get fired. But yeah. I'm not good at math. At school, I totally sucked at math. I sucked at there was a couple things I enjoyed at school, but I generally speaking, yeah, I was more I want to say I more or less hated school. I think that's fair to say. I was not a school enjoyer. Like I always tell people, I'm like I can't go to prison because I was already there. Like every day in school felt like a prison sentence, and I served my time. I like literally I cannot go back. Pure misery every day. I feel like only now I've broken free of the nightmare. School was okay, not too bad, but not my favorite place. No, yeah, no. It was not the worst place in the world, obviously. Like it wasn't the worst place in the world, but man, I just remember thinking like when school kind of ended and then work started, I'm like, I can't believe this is what life is. I just can't believe I'm gonna transition from this nightmare like gently into this other nightmare. At least I got paid at work. I got traumatized by my teacher at the multiplication reset reset wait re recitation. Yeah, I was only one who didn't memorize multiples of 812, so I had to stand up while everyone finished their turn reciting the table. Bro, that literally you're like reminding me of my childhood. It like literally was like that, especially in like Belarus, like where school was very strict and like it was like no joking matter. Like you had to the amount that they wanted you to memorize. If you wanted to be like a BA student in Belarus, you had to dedicate your entire life to the pursuit of school. At least for me. At least for me. I was like, dude, I am not doing this. This is crazy. Honestly, part of the reason I quit my job is because they told me how long I've been working there. And when they said it's almost 10 years, I'm like, "Oh my god, I've been here 10 years." I thought it was like 2 years. I thought it was like 2 years, and then they're like, "You've been here 10 years." I'm like, "Oh my god." And then I'm like, "I need to get out of here. I'm going to die here. I need to leave this place." Is American School like in the movies with all the different groups, cheerleaders, sports guys, and the nerds? Yes, it is like that. It is very clicky. You have the goths. So you basically have the skateboarders, the goths, and the artistic people kind of in the same group, loosely speaking. The jocks, the wrestlers, the football players. They kind of it wasn't quite as strict as the movies, but it did have everything was broken down into that kind of a segment a little bit, but it's not like it wasn't like the movies, like the Mean Girls or something, like where you just have like this strict boundaries between the groups. But generally, yeah, you would go hang out with your loser friend. You would go sit with your loser friends for sure. Yeah, not you. I just mean like more like me. I definitely have my own like little group. And then there were some groups that were like unidentifiable. That's kind of where I was at. Is like a non-group, like you're just sitting next to people who also don't have a group, and you just kind of like you mingle with them. But yes, there is, you did. I was on Comic Book Nerds, but I had a skateboard too. Okay, so you would have been in the goth skateboarding group. Okay, the artistic goth skateboarding. The theater kids, I guess the theater kids that were like more of their own like little group, they were more of they kind of had their own like little thing going on. But it's like I said, it's true, but it's not quite as pronounced as the movie make it look. I asked the same. I watched too many high school tropes, high school torture, mental torture. Yeah, I was not a fan. In Germany, I think it's a bit different. What is it? Tell me, what is it like in Germany? I was an unknown group. I was in the unknown group outsider, the guy who people thought was gonna do nothing with his life. Aw, future oil. And look at you. You're watching my stream. Look at how good everything turned out. We didn't have that kind of groups, but you did have groups, just different kinds, or we did hang out together, but there were some kind of we all did hang out together, but there were some kind of losers. But there were some kind of losers. But well, these guys were invited to party. Wait, these guys were invited to parties too. So it was more. It was a little bit more. Like you guys have more of a balance. but most of them were not losers. They were just strange, and we were not mean to them. Yeah, like I don't think there is. I mean it depends on like the public school I went to. I wouldn't say anybody was particularly like mean to anybody. Like you know, but I mean there was like bullying, but it wasn't like not too mean. A bit. Oh, just a little bit. Okay. Yeah, I can't complain. I didn't think it was too bad in America. I thought it was fine generally speaking. I do not like bullying. No, no one does. That was devastatingly funniest thing you've ever said on. What? Wait, Leaf. Why did I say that was funny? A friend of mine was bullied by some guys. I was bullied too sometimes, but I had my fights. Yeah, I honestly I didn't have like a bully. Like I never had like a bullying situation. For me, it was like I just kind of existed. No one like really bothered me, or I wouldn't say I was like popular, or nor did I have particular like bullies. I was just like I just existed. That was my experience. Is like just exist, I guess, and I can't complain too much. But it was just boring, and I hated it. That was my high school experience. And then 2 years in, I just stopped going to school, and then people just thought I died. When a guy called me pig because I'm chubby, and I told him we're just the same, and thus bad words were exchanged, and we got sent to disciplinary officer. Yeah, when I was younger, girls didn't like me because I had no motorcycle and stuff. I had no motorcycle. I was just drawing. You guys have motorcycle? How young can you get a motorcycle in Germany? Didn't like me. I had no motorcycle. When I got older, well, my drawing skills turned me into a tattoo artist, so things changed. The comeback arc. Ad attack, Bezos bully attack. Yeah, Jeff Bezos targets him with ads like every 5 seconds. It seems like no one watches as many ads as Future Oil. You can go with a motor. You can go with a motorcycle with 16 small. Oh, like a 150 cc or 300 cc motorcycle. I'm telling you, I ride motorcycles, and I would say until the age of I hate to clutch my pearls, but I don't think anyone under 25 should have an access to like a leader bike. You know, a 1,000 cc sports bike is like that's a death rocket essentially. You're never more than a wrist flick away from just turning into red paste on the highway, you know. I definitely think like yeah, motorcycles are no joke. Like you got to be super careful on those things. I don't think you can ride a motorcycle after read in owner's manual like I did. Reading the owner's manual. I'll be honest, when I got my motorcycle, when I was trying to get my license, I went to the DMV and I crashed my like my first I did get a license. Yeah, I went to the DMV. I don't know how hard your guys is. I'm sure the German test is probably insanely difficult. But like ours was too, because we had a tiny parking lot, and the last part you had to accelerate quickly and stop. And I dumped my motorcycle, my first Ninja I had, at the DMV. And then they watched me ride it home. So yeah. I'm like, well, it's time for me to go home now that I failed the test. So, and this is the only way to go. So, bye. This happened many years ago, by the way, for legal reasons, I have to say that. There's nothing more embarrassing than crashing your motorcycle at the DMV. The license wasn't that hard because the same theory, when you had the test for cars, it's easy. Yeah, they had us do, was it just written? Or did you have to go in the parking lot and show them the moves? Because we had to do that. You had to do a driving test. The driving lessons were not too easy. Yeah. The part that I was amazed was that I passed the written part of the motorcycle test, which was kind of blew my mind that I was able to get through that. That's where I thought I was going to have to come back like 7 times. But not our Autobahn. People go crazy. Is it true you can go... Wait, is it true you can go as fast as you want on the Autobahn? Is that true, or is that fake news? Because I heard in Germany you can technically go as fast as you want. It's true, but only in some areas? Okay. But on our Autobahn, people go crazy. It's true. Sometimes it's allowed for maybe 3 miles, then 80 miles again. And sometimes it depends on the traffic. We have digital signs for that. Much traffic, 80 miles or Lee. Then there is a traffic. You are not allowed to go faster. So it's situational, kind of. Well, that's reasonable. Yes, but in some areas you can drive as fast as as your car can. Yeah, I don't think we have. You'd have to go on a track if you wanted to go as fast as your car can. You'd have to go find a track. Fastest I went was 230 kilometers with my bike. That's about 140. 140. I think the fastest I went on the motorcycle was 129. Loot Golan theme, loot Golan theme like a magic. Yeah, the Diablo 2 background music. Yeah. Greetings. I hope the stream isn't coming to an end yet. Normally it would be, but I'm not tired at all. Normally I just do 7 hours, and that's kind of like my limit. Usually I can only sustain, just because of my eyes, I can only draw for like 7 hours usually, but I don't feel tired and my eyes are like perfectly fine. Usually like by the end of the 6-7 hours, like I'm kind of seeing double, you know, especially with the little detail, but I feel totally fine. Yeah, if I ever get to go to France or Germany, I just want to look at castles and cathedrals. That's my goal. If I ever do have a chance to go, sorry, I'm tired. Too lazy to tip. Oh no, you're good. You're good. About 160, about 165 miles. That's really fast. Yeah, the fastest I've went on the motorcycle, and I had a 650 Ninja, is 129, and I was like, you know, I'm like, this is good. This is good. I don't want to turn into like a tomato paste on the highway. But 165, what kind of a motorcycle were you riding? Was it a leader bike? It had to be like a leader bike, right? Tomato paste foros. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid being turned into that. Honda CBR. How many, do you know how many cc's it had? Was it a 650 or a one? It had to be a 1000, right? Or like an 850? 1000? That's crazy. The 1000cc motorcycle, that's insane. That's like, yeah, you got to be careful on those. You got to be careful with that. I'm not really an adrenaline junkie. I kind of just cruise around, you know what I mean? I just like to like kind of wait till the sunset comes and I just kind of go. I'm more of I cruise around. But I've always liked sport. I fasted when I went with a friend in his Porsche, was about 180. But I didn't drive myself. Yeah. That's very fast though. Especially when you don't have a cage around you. It's a different vibe. But it was okay, safe, not much traffic. Yeah. No, I think anywhere in the United States, if you go 165, I think it's like a federal offense. Like you go straight to prison. We don't have anywhere where you can go that fast outside of the track. I went to Nuremberg with a pro driver. That was a crazy experience. Yeah. See, I wouldn't do that. Like I personally would not want to do that. Or you know how some people go, like they go in an airplane with like, you know, one of those fighter planes, and they go do like the 9Gs, and I feel like they probably go extra hard to like torture you. I don't want to be, I don't want to, you know, I'd like to do the Nuremberg at my own pace. Like when everyone's gone, just go take like a fast-ish car. But I don't want to do a pro driver experience because I feel like they want to impress you, and I'm like, no, just like, you don't have to, please don't get me killed. I believe you're good. I believe you. I don't want this to be the end of my life right now. The pro drivers you can go was totally cool. He asked how you want it. Oh, he asked you how you wanted it. Okay, well that's good. I would ask him to do the warm up round when you've taken some time off. Do the warm up round. I don't need to be amazed at the skill. I don't want to. You pay 250 euros for a round, and he was really nice. You go only for one round, but Nuremberg is a pretty long track. It makes sense because if you look at like how much maintenance sports cars require, it makes sense that it would be expensive. You know, once you start racing a vehicle, you have to do like, you know, they lift the car up every time they use it and check all the bolts. It's like a lot goes into maintaining a race car, you know. So I get it. I get why it would be. We went with a BMW M3. I honestly, I'm kind of like, I know nothing about cars. I know next to nothing about cars. Oh my god, it's a fast car. Do you guys have the same stereotype that BMW users do not use their blinkers, or is that just an American joke? Do people in Germany that drive BMWs, do they use their blinkers, their like their turn signals, or is that just an American thing? Because there's a joke going around that like there's no reason to put turn signals on BMWs because they don't get used anyway. I don't know if that's just an American thing. I have Mercedes, and I say that about BMW. Okay, okay. So it's like a universal thing, but BMW drivers say the same thing about me. Nice. And then comes Audi and says the same. I don't think I don't yeah I've never owned I've owned American cars, I've owned Japanese cars, I've never had a German car yet. Still no colors, haven't changed your mind yet. American bald guy, yes. So far I've not changed my stance on color. I just I'm just not ready to implement color. Love those balloons, by the way. Thank you. I I thought the rabbit balloon idea, it's surreal, it's dreamlike, it's very uncomfortable. I love the balloon rabbit idea. That was a great turn. Uh, and well, a lot of people love their cars so much. For me, it's my car. In a few years, I get another one. I have no emotion for that. Yeah, I gotcha. I honestly, I'm not in a phase of my life where I'm buying what I want. I've always bought a car that I can like afford that would get me the most miles per dollar. So I've never bought a car I wanted. Like I've always bought a car that I could afford. So that's kind of where I'm at. I drove like a $500 car for like 7 years, and it was like my favorite car because I didn't have to care about it. It was like a rust bucket, but I loved it because it was like nothing ever went wrong with it. It just kept working. My 2003 Grand Prix was the greatest car ever built. The 3600 engine never failed once, never had any issues. You just change the oil and it just keeps working. If I ever do go to Germany, I'll have to look at your guys' castles and stuff. It looks pretty dope. Guys, let me go to the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back. It's only going to be a minute. I got to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. All right, your boy's back. Your boy's back. Your boy's back. Where's my pencil? And yes, I did wash my hands. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, if I ever get a chance to go to a country that has real castles, I want to find a castle that'll let me shoot a bow off of it. I want to see if I can like hit a target from a castle tower, and see how hard it actually was. And then once I do that, my life is complete. Well, I'm off. Have to sleep. All right. Thank you so much. Guten Nacht. Gute Nacht. I hope you have a good sleep. See you around. See you around. Okay, that's Jipochi. Yeah, thank you for the vibes. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Your overtime today? I ordered white pasta and some club sandwich. Nice, man. Yeah, it's weird. I don't usually by the end of 7 hours, guys, I'm seeing double. I'm hungry as hell. I need to go get a Jimmy John's sandwich too. It's just I don't know why. I just my eyes aren't even a little bit tired. Maybe it's because I was yapping all day. But no, I drew a lot, right? I mean there was definitely a good amount of yapping going on, but I think you're excited for the balloonies. That's true. I am excited. Maybe when Hail to the Rainbow comes out, when that game comes out, maybe I'll stream that game because I am very excited for it. I am very excited. I think it's gonna be a good horror game. You think so? Yeah, maybe I'll do like one day out of the month and do a gaming stream like once a month. If I don't have like a lot going on, like if everything chills down, I'll do like I'd love to watch you play. You just wanna clip me getting scared by something. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to get me clipped when a robot scares me. Unless they make it much scarier in the actual gameplay. A lot of fear is kind of like it's all about the build up. It's not so much the monster. It's all I think it's all about like that building up the the tension. It's like it's how you play the strings before the robot shows up. That's like the interesting part. You know. And from so far from what I've seen, the game does a great job at that. And I'm not really into like horror games necessarily, but that one looks kind of good. Not a fan of the heavy wrench weapon, and you swing slow. I'm bad at timing. This game definitely has like the more methodical combat. You gotta like yeah, plan out your movement route as you back up and take down the robots. And it took like 7 hits to like take out the robot. You know, it wasn't like super easy. It wasn't like 3 swings and he's out. It was like 8 swings before that thing went down. That's crazy. Yeah, you gotta keep backing up. I mean, you do play as a teenager, so. The hair is crazy. I mean, look how shiny and detailed it is. Thank you, Vince9. Yeah, I still gotta work it down. I gotta make it darker still. I want it to kind of have that look of jet black, kind of towards the end. But right now, I kind of want to touch on the rest of the. I want to kind of work out rest of the shading a little bit, kind of clean things up. I keep looking at it. It looks pretty on her. It does. Hair definitely like helps look pretty. But you know we can't do a drawing without demented rabbits in the background. Did you see the response to your question about the funniest thing you've said? Oh, Leaf, I did see that. Sorry, I was just very busy talking. But yes, I did. You said it was the funniest thing you've ever said. I appreciate that. I was just kidding, you know. He says something about never being anything, and I'm like, you're here. You've become everything. There's no way to transcend higher than watching the stream. Do you deny these rabbits? What more could anyone hope accomplish with their life than watching your stream, right? Yes, thank you, Leaf. I'm glad you agree. I'm glad you see it my way. This stream is the edge of the universe. You found it. There's nothing else outside of it. Ooh, you know what? Edge of the Universe would be a really good name for a drawing. I just can't think of a picture that would suit it. But that would be like a really epic name for a drawing. Edge of the Universe. Imagine when you finally find the edge of the universe after centuries of astronomical advances and breakthrough, and it's just Nikki for streaming. Yeah, it's a yeah, exactly right. They're like they look inside the nature of the atom. They finally get a microscope. They can look inside the infrastructure of all like materialism. Like they realize it's just information, but like underneath it all, it's held together by the stream. This stream is the answer to the theory of everything. The scientists keep looking for, the theory of everything. It's like it just ends up being the stream. It's the pinnacle of science and all knowledge and like the end of the universe. That should be another goal of mine is to go to England and go to a pub in England. That seems like a fun activity, right? Go to like a real pub in England. I feel like if you're gonna drink beer anywhere, it's got to be England. I'm gonna have to link up with Sherlock and have him take me to the local pub. Especially if you want old-timey. Yes, yes, I want the old-timey feel. You need to check out taverns. Yes. That's exactly what I want is like big wooden beams and you know like if there's not bagpipes playing in the background and like big wooden beams, I don't want it. Like I want there to be like picture like paintings of British aristocracy from like 500 years ago, like swords on the walls. Like I need all that to be there. Hopefully you just don't come across the orc gambling for a bag of gold coins. Hopefully you just don't come across an orc gambling for a bag of coins. The orcs. Are gambling orcs common sight in England, Sherlock? Asks Leaf. Maybe in the taverns. Do you guys still have the red telephone booths? I'm sure they're not working, but I think it'd be worth keeping them around. I want to see like one of those red telephone booths you guys used to have. Just for the tourists, you know, just keep them around for the tour. Keep the tourists entertained. I put some coconut oil in my hair. My hair on top is stinging. I hope it does something. That's where Superman changes clothes. Isn't all of our hair thinging at the top slowly? Isn't that the problem? Yeah, they have those telephone poles, just not a lot. I feel like it's the sorry, the bug zapper. The bug zapper went off. That's where Superman. Oh, okay, I read that already. Bug zap. Not mine. What happened to yours? I thought you had a. I thought didn't you get a bug zapper, Future Oil? Boxes, not poles. Future Oil got good hair. That's true. He does have good hair. Based on the photo he provided, he's got the good hair out of all of us. And Future Oil, you're old, right? You're looking really old. No, I'm just kidding. How do you still have hair? How'd you hold on to that hair? Did I go too far? I don't know. Did I go too far? I thought it was a funny joke. I said just kidding, right? I backed out with a just kidding. I'm young as hell. Dude, it's so depressing. What? Like, I'm not sure if I'm losing my hair, but it looks... I do see some thinning. But I've always had, like, a thin hairline. Like, because of the blonde hair. Like, you can see straight to the scalp. It is sad. It is sad watching. I'm like, please don't leave. Please don't leave. You're the one thing I still have. I'm getting white hair on the sides too. Many sleepless nights. It is weird. I would have always thought that like not sleeping well would like make you lose hair. That's why I'm surprised with your sleep schedule and stuff. It must be just being held together by genetics. You must have just the hair genetics thing going on because it does look like you have a full head of hair. I thought it was like that. Well, yeah, I just think it's being held together by... I think stress will definitely like get rid of some of your hair. That's for sure. I'm kind of thinking of making the top of the rabbits like a little bit white, but I'm afraid I'm gonna overdo it. I probably, I don't know. Now I'm hesitating over here. Not sleeping good will make your body have an imbalanced everything. That's 100% true. Yeah. Could be my dad. Do any hair is just mid 50s. Could be my dad. Do any did not have any white hair until his mid 50s, I think is what he wrote. Can't remember seeing one in a while, to be honest. Wish we had a TARDIS of our own here. TARDIS? Wish we had a TARDIS? Hmm. TARDIS from Doctor Who. Are you not a Whovian? No, Leaf. I've never watched Doctor Who, unfortunately. I know it's like a, I know it's like people like that show or whatever, but I've never watched Doctor Who or Star Trek. I watched a little bit of the British Office. I thought that was funny. Like that, it was neat to see like their version of like The Office, kind of. When I go to Qatar after COVID, most of my hair was falling because the environment changed from humid to extra dry. TARDIS is the telephone booth spaceship from that show. Okay. No, yeah, I missed out on the Doctor Who. Yeah, that's the last thing I would want is all of my hair. There's nothing worse than like losing teeth and hair. It's like the worst combo. You got a nice set of hair, don't? Oh, I know. I'd go bald for a few million. Yeah, I would too. Honestly, for a few $1 million, I'd go bald. I'm a little outdated with the Doctor Who attractions in England. I searched up a few, and it seems those museums are more so temporary. One thing I know about for sure is that Sherlock Holmes. Is that a real person? Is that a fictional character, or was that based on somebody real in England? Sherlock Holmes. Fictional. Okay. I didn't know. I don't know if it was based on like a genius. I don't know if he was based on like a genius investigator that it really existed. I've seen barbers use toupee, and man, guys look much different. They got quality toupees now. Yeah, they do. Sherlock is very much fictional, but he's actually based on the Scottish surgeon Doyle. Oh, I'm not sure if it's based on a real person though. He's saying it's based on a Scottish person. Very nice. Guys, I do have to go feed my dog. I'm at 7 hours and 36 minutes. I would probably stay for another hour or so, but like I gotta go feed the dog and walk the dog because it's already 7 o'clock and it's gonna start getting dark here. While we still have a little bit of sunset going on, I want to go walk the dog really quick. But yeah, I had a lot of fun today. I will see you guys tomorrow. I will see you guys tomorrow. I don't know how to end it on a positive note, but I gotta go. I gotta feed the dog food and stuff. That's part of why I can't keep streaming longer than that. Well, plus I actually am kind of getting hungry too. But anyway, you guys, I'll be back tomorrow. I really appreciate everybody's company. Makes sense because Doyle himself was a surgeon. Thank you for the stream. Thank you, Sasha. I appreciate it. Yeah, check out that game. Check out the demo or whatever. I think it's going to be a good game from what I've seen. I'm looking forward to it. Anyway, I'm going to end YouTube and we'll raid out Twitch. Let's raid out Twitch really quick. Thank you guys. Thank you for all the follows and stuff.